Hey, welcome back to another episode of the Earn by Experience podcast. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Ben Browse. This week I had my buddy Jay on the podcast, and it was it's pretty real. So I hope you guys are ready for this one. Jay's a total badass. He came on here. He opened up. He's a Marine. He's a Purple Heart recipient. He's one hell of a guy, and I hope you guys are ready for it. So he came on. He talked real stories. About what he's seen, what he's been through, and I want to say to Jay, really appreciate your service and you coming on here and trusting me with your story to put out there for everyone. So I hope you guys enjoy it, and as always, I want to say thanks for all your support. So appreciate it. Hope you guys enjoyed listening, and we'll see you next week. Jay, I'm happy to have you in the studio, man.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Yeah. Dude, I just love that we were just having a conversation. It was so organic, dude.
Yeah.
I had so much fun. We just got back from the gun range.
That was a blast. Literally.
I love it. I got to remember to do that stuff more often.
Yeah.
So it was a nice reminder because I'm so used to shooting my bow. And like when you were shooting your gun, I'm like shaking a little bit. Each time it goes off, I'm like, gosh, you got to get used to that more
It's
often.
fun.
So
yeah.
like you got to acclimate and
I got to check
stay
my
active.
gear, make sure I bring batteries.
Oh, yeah.
Totally. Last night I went to, I pulled it out and then checked everything. Everything's good. Great. And then we get to the range and battery dies. Turn it on and right away.
Story of my life.
Yep.
So I'm glad I'm not the only one, dude. It is a nice reminder though to throw them in a range bag. You know,
I know.
'cause
Now I'm definitely going to do it.
yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing. Luckily, Euro will still get it dialed in though.
Yeah.
You're shooting good groups.
Still worked.
So yeah, that was cool.
It was fun.
Yeah, I gotta remember to do that stuff more often and get out there. That was a nice reminder to keep active and keep going. So. But man, I'm really happy to have you in here.
It's going to be fun.
You have a pretty diverse background, and I
Yeah.
can't wait. I've just known you as we met through the kids baseball program.
Yep.
And then I was thinking about it when I was putting this podcast together, and I'm like, man, I remember reading about you, and I'm like, that's pretty interesting. I'm going to see if he wants to come on and talk about it. So, but yeah, it's cool. You're a quick background about you is you're into you're a business owner. You have a landscape company.
Mm-hmm.
You're a Marine veteran,
Yep.
and you also have a cool YouTube channel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sums it up.
Well, not everyone has a cool YouTube channel, so.
Right. YouTube has definitely been the thing recently, really just pumping out videos.
Yeah.
Which is, it's always fun.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing with the YouTube is it's no different than what we would do off camera. We just record it. That's it.
That's so freaking awesome.
It's fun. And it's even still looking back on like older videos of the kids of like, even how young they were. We went clamming one time and they could barely swim. And we're out there clamming and they're trying to count the clams. And it's like, now look at them. Like they're dragging the clam rakes. It's like, it's insane.
Yeah.
It just flies.
I think about it too, where you're documenting, you're not even meaning to do it. You're just doing it to do it. But you're documenting like some of their childhood.
Yeah.
They can look back on that in the future and say, dang, look how small we were. Look at how much we learned. Look at dad out there, teaching us all this stuff. It's kind of cool to have that memory.
And that was one of the reasons why we decided to do it. Because normally everybody, cell phone pictures, all that. Every time I get a new cell phone, I just throw it in the drawer and I don't ever touch it, turn it on, nothing. But now with YouTube, we're recording everything. And it's been fun.
Yeah, I think it's cool.
Yeah.
I watched your recent one. Well, not the most recent one, but the one where you did the crabbing and we pulled you in.
Yeah.
You did it. You resurrected it in the most artistic way. I was like, dude, that's cool. You didn't just scrap the video because your boat broke down. You were like, dude, let's just put a positive spin on it and just roll with it. I was like, that's a good way to do that.
So I got to bring it up. Ben is the one that picked us up. This is the savior of the day on that one, which was hilarious because we're sitting in the boat, and I'm like cranking it, it's not working. And then I smell it burning, and I'm like, well, that's not good. So I asked the kids, I was like, we got two choices. We can call the towboat, we'll call Ben. And both of them right away, call Ben. So I called you up, and
heck yeah. Dude, I looked at my phone and I was like, dang, I wonder what Jay's up to. Middle of the day at 12 o'clock. I'm like, what day? It was like a Thursday or Friday or something. I was like,
yeah,
what's up? But I loved it too, because I was like, it doesn't take much for me to not want to work, right? Mm-hmm. So like, dude, at the end of the like, what I was like, nice. I'm gonna go get on my boat and go out on the bay. You know, I don't know. I just it's more fun for me than it is work, I think. So. But it was cool, man. I'm glad to help when I can. And I'm also glad when it's in my wheelhouse, because like there are some things that, you know, I would help if I knew more about it or whatever. It's like, I'm your guy, dude. I got a boat, I got a rope, I'll be there.
Perfect.
So yeah, that was cool,
Figure
man.
it out from there.
No problem. I'm actually glad that I was on your call list. Like, I'm actually pumped, you know.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's glad to be useful.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. So. Your background with your veteran military background, you want to dive into that a little bit, and actually let's go back even further, kind of like where you grew up and like where you were when you kind of made that decision to get into that field.
Yeah. All right. So I was born and raised in, it's a small town in Massachusetts, Northborough. So there's different like Northborough, Southborough, Westborough. There's no Eastborough. It's just the boroughs. That's how we always referred to it. It's bizarre. But grew up there. I mean, average childhood. Played a ton of sports. Lived on a cul-de-sac. So we street hockey, baseball, whatever. And then team sports would be like football, baseball, basketball. Huge into skiing. During the winter, I skied 7 days a week, either teaching lessons, private lessons, or racing for my high school team. Or it was always,
that's awesome.
Lots of skiing.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. During the winter, we spent a lot of time like New Hampshire, Maine, Vermont, all that. But
tons of snow up there.
Yeah.
So you're used to the Rust Belt.
Yeah. Yeah. It's been, I mean, crazy stories on skiing. But after, I grew up there, and pretty average. I would say, it was pretty normal childhood. Going into, I think, middle school, like we all had like the same kids that we grew up with, like in elementary school and then middle school, and then we all go into high school. But like middle school, all our three elementary schools funneled in together. So we're meeting a bunch of new kids. And that was like the time where like, you probably met some kids you probably shouldn't have hung out with. And that was me hanging out with the wrong kids. And I remember the disciplinary aide. His name was Michael Lang. And he was at the middle school. And he had my mom on like speed dial.
Really?
Yeah. It was like all the time.
Were you getting caught up in this stuff, or you were causing this stuff?
Totally caught up in it. Like some stuff I was causing, but like some stuff it was just like, no, like I don't like school. I'm here for the social event. Okay. And that's what happened.
Yeah.
But it was, I mean.
That's easy to do as a young boy.
Yeah.
You know, we got him.
Stupid stuff. I mean, like I remember going in his office. He was super monotone. He's like, calls my mom. He's like, Karen, I have Jason again in my office. It's like, Jason, do you want to tell your mother what you've done? It's like, oh man.
Oh, it's so much worse when you have to tell him yourself.
I know, right?
Just tell her for me, please.
Yeah, or like just send me home or something, anything. But
oh man.
And then after that, like our schools all combined into high school. So we had, like obviously all of our middle school went up into high school, but then we had Southborough that also comes into our high school. So we have Northborough and Southborough all coming together. So now you're meeting a ton of other kids. You don't know anything about any of them. Some of them I played like Pop Warner football with, but maybe like 2 or 3. But I mean, this is a whole other town. So
that's a lot of kids.
It's a lot. And at that time, I don't know how Northborough is now, but at that time it was like 99% white. It was like there was just no diversity at all. It was nothing. Like it was just, so it was just one of those things where all these kids like going through high school, college is embedded in them. And that's when it's like you're going to go on to college. You have to go to college. Like it's just, that's your path.
They weren't even pushing for any other sort of trade school or just go be a mechanic. Or...
They had the Army National Guard recruiter was there.
Okay.
And that was it. And I was told, when I went into the Marines, I was told my recruiter's not allowed to go. Like
even into your high school?
Wasn't allowed in.
Wow.
I was even told that if I came back from boot camp in my uniform to graduate, well, I'll get into all that they will throw me out of graduation. They don't want me here at all. Yeah.
No
it's
way.
Wild. Yeah. I'm sure it's way different nowadays. This was back in like 2003, but yeah.
Wow.
So, I mean, same thing in high school, caused a lot of problems.
You don't seem like that type of guy.
No,
though,
I've
dude.
totally
You're
changed.
Totally chill.
Totally changed.
Yeah.
It was so bad at one point. The teacher that had detention saw me in the hallway and was like, "Are you okay? Like, I didn't see you yesterday in detention." And I was like, "No, I'm good. I just didn't have it yesterday.
That's crazy.
But I'll see you today because I'll be there."
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Dude, I just went to high school and like middle school and stuff just to cruise through. Just get through this, get to the next thing, get on to the day. You know what I mean?
I was the total opposite.
Yeah, just
we had this little like ramp that was separated like the upper part of the school and the lower, and I would get on that on my skateboard and just ride it all the way down.
Really?
Right when everyone's changing classes, like they got to dodge out of the way. Just always causing problems.
Oh man.
I got suspended once, and I'll never make that mistake. Like after that happened, so they told me I couldn't come to school for 3 days, and so I was like, "Sweet, I don't have to go to school." And they were like, "No, we're gonna switch it. We'll give you a Saturday suspension. So now you have to come in on Saturday." And I was like, "What?" Like I got football practice, and they were like, "Not anymore."
That's a bummer,
man.
dude.
Yeah.
Even the worst part is somebody had to go to school on a Saturday and babysit you.
And now in school on Saturday, I'm like, I never want to get suspended again. Like it was awful.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. How long did it take you to get out of that phase?
When I went to boot camp.
Okay.
Yeah. As soon as I got off the bus at boot camp, I was like, oh crap.
This is real life.
This is insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy, man. Yeah.
I think it was 5th grade. I met a buddy. His name's Adam. Adam lived in the next town over, but Adam's family was huge. I mean, like half his family lived in like around me. Like it's a massive, massive family. So Adam's cousin was friends with my older brother. I'm one of 3. So I have an older brother, younger brother. I'm the middle one. My older brother was friends with his cousin, and Adam's brother, Mark, is the same age as my brother. So they all met, and I met Adam. So Adam was the one that in high school, he went to a different school, but we always hung out all the time. He was the one that got me into going into the Marines.
Okay.
Yeah. His brother, Mark, went in. And I think I was a junior. No, sophomore. I was a sophomore when my brother was a senior. So that would mean Mark was a senior, and Mark went in. And then when he came back from boot camp, me and Adam were just like soaking it up. Like, man, that is badass. Look, I want to do that. And so we were like, that's what we're going to do.
So your parents had no background or no family members? No
My
nothing?
grandfather was a gunnery sergeant in the Marines, but I never met them.
Okay.
My grandparents, they all died before I was
Gotcha.
born, so I never met them.
Gotcha.
But I heard some stories from my mom, but it was minimal. But yeah.
Yeah, that was one of the questions I was going to ask is how you got into it.
Most people is like, it's relatives.
Yeah,
like,
or generational thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like my uncle or whatever. But yeah, for me, it was just, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So you guys met, or you knew his brother and soaked it all up when he got back.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And it was like, this is what we're going to do. But at that time, Marine Corps boot camp and anything like about the Marines, there was not a lot of information about it because it's not like they want to keep it like top secret, but they don't want it all out there. So there was a book, I think it was called, it was Making the Corps. And it was an author that went through an entire cycle of boot camp, 13 weeks with these recruits, and he documents everything. So it's like me and Adam, like we got our hands on that book and you're just like studying this thing. Like, okay, this is what's next. Like trying to figure it out. Cause it's like, you don't know what's going to happen. Did
it help prepare you for it?
It did a lot. Yeah. And it was, I'll get into all that, but it's everything in my career and life has been like full circle. It's been crazy. but we I was gonna say, Adam and I, we went. So my recruiting station was in Worcester, Massachusetts. Adams was in Marlborough, Massachusetts. Two different towns. To me, to get to Marlborough, where Adam was at, was like half the time it took me to go to Worcester.
Really?
But it was only based on zoning of school districts. So that's how we got into it. So I didn't want to go to Worcester because you have to meet up once you sign the papers and the everything, you have to go every week. So they set up like I think ours was like every Thursday, and you go in at night for like 2 hours, and you meet with all the other guys or girls that are like going in.
Okay.
And you just learn like basic stuff. It's called the Poolee program. So you're considered like you're not a Marine, you're just a Poolee. So I didn't want to go to Worcester, so I called my recruiter and I was like, "Hey, I'm doing this thing with my buddy. Can I go to Marlborough?" And he was like, "Yeah, but you got to come up to Worcester at least once a month. Just say that you're alive and everything's good and you're not getting into trouble," because that was my thing, always getting into trouble.
Oh, so they knew that.
Yeah. So I mean, I was upfront and honest. I never got arrested or anything. It was never like nothing like that. But it was all just like stupid stuff in school. So after like telling them that, they were like, "Yeah, you're good. Just go to Marlborough and do your thing up there."
That's cool. They respected that you guys went in together.
Yeah.
Wow.
And originally, Adam and I were going to go in on, they call it a buddy program. So you can enlist with your friend. Like if you and I wanted to go, we could go to boot camp together.
No way.
So once you sign up, you get, you go through like, you sign all the papers and all that stuff, and then they give you a ship date of that's like the date that you're going to boot camp.
Okay.
So for me, it was, I don't know when I signed up. It was August, I think August of 2002. Yeah. It was a month before I turned 18. So my parents had to sign the paper for me, which was like a whole...
Was it hard to convince them?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Oh, they were like, "No, join the Air Force." I'm like, "No, I'm joining the Marines." They're like, "Try the Army." I'm like, "No."
Was there, what was the hesitancy over the Marines?
I think it was just, I think it might have been because my grandfather was a Marine and my mom like knows about like the Marine Corps lifestyle, but like they knew that it was like, if I was going in the Marines, I'm going infantry, which I was like, if I'm doing it, I'm going like guns blazing. Like,
so they were just worried about your safety.
yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Like I'm like
I get it.
all in it. So I talked to a Navy recruiter just to appease them, and I think an Army recruiter, and that was it. But yeah. So I told them they pretty much were like, "We're not signing the paper." And I was like, "Well, you got 1 month until I turn 18 and then I can sign it myself." So they were like, "Okay, fine, sign it."
Okay.
So they signed it.
Wild, dude.
They made a deal with me. They were like, "We'll sign it as long as you don't join the infantry." And I was like, "Okay." So they signed it. And then I was in school. My phone rang. It was my recruiter. And he was like, "You know what job you want?" And I was like, "Yep." And he was like, "What do you want?" I was like, "Infantry." Like the exact thing I said I wouldn't do. So he's like, "Come after school." I had to drive up to Worcester, signed everything. I'm going infantry. It's called Military Occupational Specialty, MOS. And 03 is the infantry code. So it's 0300 is just infantry. It's not like rifleman, machine gunner, nothing. It's just infantry. That's all it is.
Okay.
So I go home. I tell my parents like what I did, and they flipped. And it was like,
Can't take it back now.
yeah. Oh. So then I got everything signed up. I'm going through like everything every Thursday, going up to Marlborough, like doing all my running and stuff like that. I was a little overweight. I had to lose like 2 or 3 pounds, but I was getting up in the morning before school, just running, just trying to get it down. And I did it. It was not super hard, but yeah, I ended up getting my weight way down. And then, so Adam and I, we got our ship date, and it was in July of 03 was when we were supposed to go. And that winter, I was like, I can't do it. Like, I am so pumped. I want to go like now. Like, I'm ready to go now. call my recruiter. And the way that it works is you get your ship date, but you can ask if there's other spaces available that are opened up, whether someone got hurt or whatever happened. They got arrested, something where they can't go. There's spaces that will open up here and there. So I call Adam. I'm like, dude, I got to go. I have to go. At this point, I'm still in high school. I'm still a senior. So he's like, just wait till July. I'm like, I'm not waiting, man. I need to go. So I talked to my guidance counselor and I was like, hey, like, can I leave school early? Like, not drop out, but how can I double up on classes so I can get out? And I want to go to boot camp early. And of course, like all the problems I caused, they were like, oh, dude, we'll help you out. Yeah. We will shoo you out of here as quickly as possible.
No kidding.
Yeah. So I met with them and they went through everything of like how to graduate early. As long as you get your credits, you're good. Mm-hmm. So I doubled up on everything. And then January of 2003, I graduated high school. My class wasn't slated to graduate until June.
No kidding.
So, yeah. So after that, called the recruiter. I was like, whatever you got, let me know. So we were skiing up in, I think, Vermont or New Hampshire. And he called and he's like, hey, you want to go next week? And I'm like, or Monday or whatever. And I was like, no, I'm skiing. So he's like, all right, well, we'll send another date out. And then if you want to go, go. So, all right. So I wait around a little bit and then he called in February and he was like, I got one February 23rd to go to Paris Island. Do you want to go? And I was like, yeah, I'm going. Wow. So super pumped. I was like, this, like, I cannot wait. Like, this is the only thing I want to do.
Yeah. Where's Paris Island at?
South Carolina.
Okay.
Yeah. Right on the coast, South Carolina.
All right. So this is the entry into boot camp.
Yeah. So you're going to boot camp.
Okay.
So you have the Pool E program. That's every Thursday meetups. And then when you shipped out, that's when you're going to boot camp. Mm-hmm. So what you have to do before all of that is you take, it's a ASVAB. It's Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery. It's a test. And you have to score a certain rank on that test, certain score. I think the lowest is like a 28 or 23, one of those. And then, well, at the time. And then the highest was a 99. So based on what you score is based on what jobs you qualify for.
Okay.
Infantry is like, you just got to pass the test, right? Like,
yeah.
Just pass the test.
Bare bones.
You'll be good.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then like the highest is like, you could go into like intelligence or I don't know, whatever they have for it. So you get your score, you take the test, you go to your recruiter, he pulls out this huge binder and he's like, this is all the stuff you can get. What do you want to do? And you just go through all of it. But
does it give you like a description too of each
yeah.
thing? Okay.
Mm-hmm. So you pretty much know what you're going into. The worst thing that I could ever like recommend to anyone is go in. They have it's an open contract, and never do that, because when you go in, you're going where the Marine Corps wants you or needs you, and it's like you don't know what you're gonna do. So definitely pick out a
Well, you know what I don't think about a whole bunch is like they still need like, I mean, I assume they still need like people on like the ground level too, of like janitors and cleaners.
Absolutely.
And like cooks and stuff like that. So like you could get a really, I mean, something that you wouldn't exactly like, I guess.
Yeah.
But some people might like it and they might need that job. I don't know. I
met one of the guys that I went to boot camp with. He went in open contract.
Really?
Yeah. And like when he knew, like I don't think he knew exactly what he did, but we were flying off a boat into AP Hill in Virginia. And we're on the CH-53s. We're doing like helicopter raid, like training. And he comes up and stands in front of me and he's like staring at me, but he's got the shield over his helmet. So like looking at him, like, what's this guy's problem? And he lifts up the shield and he's like, Boyd? And I was like, Tack, what are you doing here? He's like, what are you doing here? It's like crazy.
That is wild.
But yeah, that was a funny one because we had the back door open on the 53 and I was like, is it a smoking flight? And he's like, oh yeah. So we're like lighting up cigarettes like flying over. He's like, don't throw them out the back because of the vapor trail. Like you got to give it to me so I can like flick it out there and like, so we don't burn up and go down.
Really?
Oh, it's hilarious. Yeah. But just, it's crazy. Just, yeah. But he was an open contract. Like, don't do that.
Don't do that.
No.
Did it work out for him?
Yeah. I mean, he said it was great. He was having a good time. I think at that point, him and I were about halfway through our career. So you sign up. It's actually an 8-year commitment 4 years is inactive or active, and then 4 is inactive reserve.
Okay.
So you do your 4 years, and then as soon as you get out, you're inactive reserves. You don't have to do anything. You just show up once a year you get a letter in the mail that says like, show up at this place. I think ours was Bowie Bay Sox Stadium. And we just show up and they're like, okay, he's here. And that's
kidding.
it.
They don't tell you that. I've never
No,
heard
they don't
that.
tell you that at all. What it is if like, let's say that like a huge war kicked off, they're going to pull all the inactive reserve guys.
Gotcha.
So it'll be like active duty reserve and then inactive reserve. And then I guess like do the draft or whatever. But yeah, it's an 8-year commitment. Yeah.
Did not know that.
Yeah.
All those times that you hear about it in high school, the recruiters come to the school. Oh, yeah.
Recruiters will
4
tell
years,
you
4 years.
Yeah,
Come
whatever
on,
you want to hear. Yeah.
Yeah.
They told one of my buddies that he's going to drive tanks in Hawaii or something.
Really?
He signs up infantry and he's with me in North Carolina. It's like not even close.
Yeah, you got catfished on that one.
Yeah. But the good part though is so whenever you sign up, that's when your contract starts. So for me, the Pooley program, that's why I wanted to sign up so early because it comes off the back end of your contract.
Gotcha.
So I signed up about 6 months early. So now I'm only doing 3.5 years in active reserves. I'm not doing. Yeah.
That's cool. Did you ever see Adam ever again?
Yeah. So funny thing about that. So we had, I went, let me see. I went through, did the ASFAB, all that stuff. And I went to, passed everything, picked infantry. I went to Boston, Mass, the night before boot camp. And then they put you up in a hotel. You're by yourself. When you go to boot camp, I don't know what it is now, but when I went in, it's pretty much the clothes that you're wearing and that's it. Okay. And your wallet. That's it. You cannot bring anything else. No backpacks, nothing. So you're in Boston. You wake up, you put the same clothes back on. There's a van that comes and picks you up and brings you to the airport. And you're at MEPS. It's Military Entrance Processing Station. That's where you take like your ASFAB and all that stuff and like take like your oath and everything else. So you meet up there and then the bus takes you to Logan Airport and then we're flying off to South Carolina to go to boot camp. So we all have these little black folders. Everybody knows that where we're going because that's our orders. And like, we all look scared to death probably. So it's like, yeah. So I remember just like chain smoking cigarettes. Like, I can't believe I'm doing this. Like, I'm so pumped. I'm excited. And then it was like, I can't even bring these. So I threw them out and then we get on the plane and that's it. So we land in South Carolina and I remember we're getting off the plane and it's a civilian plane. Like it's everybody else is flying to South Carolina. And I was like mentally prepared, like for like standing on the yellow footprints at Parris Island. You get off the bus, same thing I'm reading in this book. You know what I mean? Like it just goes through everything. And we get off the plane and you're going through like, you know, like the terminal area, like where you get off the plane, you walk into the airport. Mm-hmm. There was 2 drill instructors standing there yelling. And I was like, oh shit. Like, I'm in it now. Like, I haven't even made it to Parris Island. One dude, like, in front of me just takes off running. Like, he's not going. And they chased him down and tackled him in the airport in front of everybody.
No way.
Yes. So I was like, I guess it starts now.
Yeah.
So they bring you into, like, the basement of the airport. They're going through everything with you. And then you just sit and wait. And it gets really dark. And then they put you on the bus. And they bring you to Parris Island. So they do it intentionally in the morning so that you can't see anything. You don't know what's going on. You're just going, I don't know what time it was. It could have been 3 or 4 in the morning, I think.
And you're probably totally tired, huh?
Oh,
so
totally burnt out.
Sat in the basement of the airport?
Yep. Just sit there and wait. Because you got to wait for everybody else. So the way that boot camp...
they're coming in from all over the place.
Everywhere. So they come from east of the Mississippi River is all to Parris Island. West of the Mississippi is all out on in California.
Okay.
So yeah, so there's only 2. So you're waiting for all these other planes to come in, all these kids to come in. Mm-hmm. Some of them are local; they just got dropped off by their recruiter. Like it was.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty wild.
So we get on the bus, go into Parris Island, and then it stops. Drill instructor comes on, screams at you for a while, pretty much like you're in charge, like you're government property at this point. And then get off the bus. And then there's the yellow footprints, the like infamous yellow footprints. Everybody stands on them. And then you go inside once they let you in and you all sit there for a while. just to wear you out, tire you. And then you do your phone call home. It's all scripted. Like it's a piece of paper on the wall, and you pretty much pick it, like you line up. They're like, next recruits, and you stand up and you pick up the phone real quick and you say, I made it, like call whoever, made it to Paris Island. You'll receive a letter in the mail shortly. I have to go by. And you hang up. You cannot say anything else. You have to say what's on that card.
No kidding.
You have to. And there's drill instructors screaming the whole time.
Wow. And your parents are like, all right, I love you. Blah, blah,
yeah.
blah.
Like they knew, like from reading the book.
Okay.
They knew that like I got my phone call home, whatever. That was the time for me because like growing up in Northborough, 99% white, you're meeting all these new kids, but everything in Northborough is very family structured, everything. I got to tell you, when I turned around and saw kids that didn't have anyone to call, it's like, holy crap.
It's rough,
like,
dude.
Yeah. And it's like, you have to call somebody. So the drill instructors are screaming like, call a friend, call anybody. You have to call someone.
No kidding.
So yeah, so you go through all that. You get your hair cut. That lasts like 15 seconds. It's just zzz, you go.
So it's
next
just
one.
like what you see in the movies.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. So yeah, so you get your hair cut. Then you get your gear issued to you. They go through everything. The uniforms, all that stuff, and then you have to. I think they have like like medical stuff. They do quick medical stuff for you, and then the last part is, and this was the part you're all, at this point you're up for like back then, I don't know what it is now. We were up for like 36 hours straight. So we're in this room and it's metal desks. They make you put your head down on the desk. You cannot go to sleep, or they run around and check to make sure you're not sleeping. The final part is they ask you about your drug use. So for me, prior to like the Pool E program, I used to smoke weed all the time. Like it was just something I did. Mm-hmm. When I joined, I stopped immediately. Like I am not messing with this stuff anymore. I'm so gung-ho about doing this. I don't want to mess it up. So my recruiter in Worcester would rehearse it with me over and over. Like, did you smoke weed? And like one time I said, yes. Is this baseball bat? And he's like, whack. And he's like, no. I was like, okay. So
he wanted you to lie to these people.
Yeah. So he's like, you never got caught. I was like, okay, all right. He's like, you never got arrested. You never got caught. Nothing. You were just smoking it with your friends, whatever. No, you didn't. So they rehearse it over and over and over. So finally it was like, do you ever smoke weed? I'm like, no. And then he's like, good. And like bangs the bat. And he's like, you're ready to go. So in boot camp, they ask it. And they're like, it's a civilian guy that came in. He was not a drill instructor. And he was like, hey, we were all 18 once, it's okay. Just raise your hand. And I like, we're all sitting there and I see all these like hands going up and I'm not raising my hand. I'm not doing it. And so I sat there and I'm like looking around and there's just hands coming up and they're like, everyone that raised your hand, go into that room over there. And they were gone. Sent them right back home.
No shit.
Yeah. And I was like, holy crap. All it took was me just to do that and you're out. I never got caught. I never, it was.
They didn't give you a lie detector or anything?
Mm-mm. Wow. Nope.
That's crazy.
They said they would, but they never did. So, yeah. So after that, like, we did all that stuff. And then, so boot camp for the Marines is 13 weeks. The first week is receiving. So that's when you're learning just basic customs and courtesies, like yes sir, no sir, aye sir. Like there's a difference. Like yes or no sir is like a question. Aye sir is like an order. Like if I'm like, go over there. And aye, sir, and you run over there, as opposed to like any other like sort of question, like, did you eat chow today? No, sir, like something like that, And then they break it down too, where you cannot say your name. It's this recruit. That's it. They strip all individuals like of everything. You have nothing. You are this recruit, and that's it.
What do you mean like that? Like you just say you're this recruit?
Yeah. So like if you're like I don't know, something about like, let's say you have to go to the bathroom, right? And you're like, you have to go up to the drill instructor and say, this recruit has to make a head call, sir.
Really?
Yeah. Wow. So it's not like, hi, I got to take a leak real quick. No, it's like this recruit.
That's crazy.
You don't have a name anymore. Yeah.
This recruit, wow.
Yep. So you go through all that, and then you go through just basic like other customs and courtesies, like greet women before men all the time, like good morning, ma'am, good morning, sir, like that stuff. And then it goes through like how to wear your uniform, how to make your bed, different things where it's like a pen. A pen is an ink stick. It's not a pen anymore. Shoes are go fasters. They're not shoes.
No kidding.
It's different words of everything. A flashlight is a moonbeam. Like you go through all of it. And so they want you. So on day one of training, when you get your drill instructors, you're basic enough to start going in to boot camp.
Wow.
So the receiving, there's like, it's obviously a lot of yelling and stuff, and you don't have watches. You don't know what time it is ever. Like it's just all a sequence of events, how to get dressed, how to do it their way. So it's, you don't get dressed how you want. It's how they tell you.
Okay.
So
you remember reading that book thinking, this is for me, dude. I want this.
Oh, and I was like, yes.
That's crazy,
So,
dude.
So we go through our week, and then we get our drill instructors, right? So they come out and they're like, they got their hands up and they take an oath of training recruits to the best of their ability and all that stuff, right? So I'm like, this is wild. Like, I can't believe I'm doing it. Like, I'm doing this thing. My company first sergeant walks out, and from the book, that book, he was a drill instructor in that book, and that was his first cycle of recruits that he was a drill instructor for.
No way.
So I'm looking at him, thinking of the book, and I'm like, this is nuts. This is crazy. That's the guy that I was just reading about. Like, Adam and I knew, like, everything about this guy. Like, insane.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is crazy, dude.
So, what's that?
I just can't imagine.
Yeah, to me it was like, I can't believe I'm doing this.
Well,
like,
yeah, you already knew what was going to come. You know, like you already could expect it, and then you still were
For the
like,
most
yeah,
part.
I'm going to still do it.
Yeah.
I'd be like, no, after reading that, I'm good, dude.
Yeah, for the most part, I was like, yeah, all right. Like, I kind of get it. So it's broken up into phases. You have first, second, and third phase. And I knew that. And I knew that, like, swim qualification was second phase. Rifle range was, like, more third phase. I knew about the crucible at the very end. It's like a 54-hour training event where you're only sleeping, like, 2 hours of this whole thing. And that's, like, the final test. Like, if you can make it to the crucible, you just got to pass. But the rest of it, like first phase, is just constant, like screaming, yelling, everything. It's wild. Yeah, even like at night, there's always two guys. Through the entire Marine Corps time, it's called Fire Watch, and it's two guys that are pretty much on guard duty, and it rotates every night or every hour, pretty much. Like you're up for an hour, you do it, and then you have to wake up the next guy, and they do it like for an hour. So when the morning comes, how they wake you up is they yell lights, 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 and flip all the lights on, and the drill instructor just comes out screaming. You're dead asleep, and you hear lights, 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 and he's hauling out of that office. Yeah.
So it's everything that you think, like everything that you hear of.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's so wild.
Even like for anyone that's like never seen like the barracks in like boot camp, it's picture it as like a long room, and it's just bunk beds all the way down, and then there's two black lines on each side, and then we have our like chests of like where our equipment goes and all that stuff. But every morning, like lights, 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 and you got to fly out of bed, and you have a ID card that you have to hold out in front of you, and they go through and and you have to count like 1, 2, 3, and lower your hand, and they go through the whole room to make sure no one tried to escape, run, anything like that.
Anybody ever tried that?
No, not there.
Can't imagine you can get very far.
No.
I mean, you got to go
I've
somewhere.
heard like stories of it, but I don't think any of them are true. Yeah. But yeah, it's like one time I remember I was like, I don't want to, if you make your bed wrong, the drill instructors come through and they flip your mattress over, and you got to do it again. So one night I was like, I'm not sleeping under the covers. I just make my bed and sleep on top. They come through in the morning running. He stops, looks at me, and rips every sheet off of that thing and throws it. And I'm like, man, can't catch a break with these guys.
Wait, did he know that you didn't?
What's that?
Did he know that you did something, or what?
Yeah, he was like, I know what he's trying to do. He's not trying to make his bed in the morning. Like my sheets were
crazy.
everywhere. Yeah.
I guess I mean, I don't know what this. It's got to be a psychology type thing though. Like
It is.
and it whips you into shape pretty quick. I guess.
Yeah.
I imagine. I don't know,
Yeah.
but it seems brutal, dude.
Yeah. So like in that time, so it's the big open room and it's got the bunk beds, and then there's an office for the drill instructor. So at night, what they'll do sometimes is they have like a dummy or something that they'll put in there with their green campaign cover, and they'll turn the lights on. The drill instructor will sleep in there, but you don't know if he's sleeping or if he's awake because the dummy is sitting in the seat. You don't know what's going on. So it's like it messes with you, like
You're always being looked at.
Yeah.
You're always
Yeah.
under
and you can't go anywhere. Like if you have to go to the bathroom, you got to go up and bang on that wall. It's a concrete wall. You had to bang 3 times and good evening, sir. This recruit needs to whatever.
Really?
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. So that's when I was like, wow, this is intense. Okay. You have 4 drill instructors. 2 of them are the junior ones. Then you have a green belt. He's like the real disciplinary one. Like if you screw up, you're in trouble. And then there's the senior, he's the black belt, and he's more of like a father figure where like you guys didn't act up, or you guys acted up today. Now let me get Staff Sergeant Sanchez to go whip you back into shape.
Okay. Is there a lot of push-ups and stuff like you hear about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There's it's called the quarter deck, and it's in front of where the drill instructor's office is. If you screw up, they'll put you to the quarter deck, and that's just a total mind F where it's like jumping jacks, and you start going, and then he's like push-ups. You jump down to do the jumping jacks, and it's quick, and it's to stress you out. And you got other drill instructors screaming, "Say hi, sir! Say hi, sir!" And like you're just constant, and it's like no matter what, you will make it to the quarter deck. It doesn't matter what you do, you will always be wrong.
Really?
Yeah. So I was told, like, before I went in, like, just blend in and just try, not to, don't volunteer for anything. Just blend in and you'll make it through. Go from, breakfast to lunch to dinner and just keep repeating the cycle and you'll be okay.
That's crazy.
So, yeah. So we go through, we're in like first phase, and there's a part where we all have to get a bunch of shots. We don't know what's in them. It's just shots. Like it's medical requirement. You have to do it. And it's literally like an assembly line. Like you roll up your right sleeve and everybody, you go through and just get jab, 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 jab. And one of them was, it was a shot in the butt, and it was consistent of like peanut butter. And you had to sit on the ground. You had to rock like back and forth to like rock this thing in. I don't know what it was, but they were like, if you don't do it, it's going to turn hard and we're going to have to cut it out. This one dude next to me just refused to rock. I'm like, what are you doing?
Why?
Like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm not doing it. They had to cut it out.
Really?
Yeah. So on one of the vaccination ones, right? Keep in mind, I don't want to be like seen, heard, like I'm just blending in, like just go through it, right? I get a shot. We all go sit down. You sit down like legs crossed, and you just sit there like right hand, right knee, left hand, left knee, like that type of thing. Like you just sit straight and you just stare ahead. You can't look around, nothing. And the guy that gave me the shot runs up and he's like, "That's him," and points at me. And I'm like, "What? What did I do?" Next thing you know, this lady comes up and grabs my shirt. We call it a blouse, like top cover, my camis. And she's like, "You need to come with me now." And I'm like, "What?" So I run down this hallway. We get into her office and she's like, "I need to know," like, and she starts going through like, "Do you have a history of like AIDS or anything in your family?" Like going through all this stuff. How many sexual partners you've had? I'm like, what is going on? She's like, "You need to be truthful right now." So I'm like, okay. So I go through everything. And then she was like, "I'll be right back." And she comes back and she's like, "Okay, everything's fine. The guy that went to give you the shot, when he went to put the cap back on, he pricked his finger." And I was like, oh, okay. So we're good. Then I hear my drill instructor, "Boyd." And I'm like, great. Now he knows my name.
Yeah.
And he's like, "You stabbing Corman again?" And I'm like, "No, sir. No, sir." Like freaking out. They don't laugh at all. They will never laugh. He's like, "Bullshit, get back there." So I run up, I get back in line, I sit down. I'm like, man, that was like, That was crazy.
Yeah, that is wild.
So,
Damn, dude.
yeah.
Just because the guy actually pricked himself.
Accidentally pricked himself. Yeah.
You'd think though that they'd be like have some kind of system that just instantly puts it in a sharps container. Like,
Yeah.
why would they even act them or put themselves in that position to be?
I have no idea.
That's crazy.
No
dude.
idea. So I'm like, well, now he knows my name. Now I'm screwed for the rest of boot camp. Like, this is not going to go well.
What's crazy though is like that's just an average day for them.
Yeah.
Like they're just going through the motions of like, all right, Boyd, you're up. Matthews, you're up. Like whoever. And you guys are on 10. Like, all right, okay, here it is.
Right. Like, you don't even have a chance to be like, I'm scared of needles. Like, you know what I mean? It's already in and gone. You go sit down. Yeah.
That is wild.
Yeah. So, yeah. So that, all that stuff went down. And then, so we went through first phase, and then, each phase you sort of, everything in the Marine Corps is, it's earned. Like, nothing is given to you. The only thing that's given to you is your rank from your private first class, and a lance corporal. After that, it's all based on you. You can not do the stuff you're supposed to do, or you can. So everything through that, you're going through like the different like through boot camp. It's the different phases is different looks of how you look as a Marine. Okay, so you're not a Marine yet, but like your first phase, you only wear your tennis shoes, and you have to roll your pants up a little bit, so because they're long. And then the second phase is like, now you'll get your name on your uniform. It will never say U.S. Marines because you haven't earned it, so it's just your name. So then third phase, that's when you get like more into like looking like a Marine. You get your high and tight like haircut, you know what I mean? So you gradually grow up, and they mold you to where they want. So, yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I guess they probably have to because there's so many different types of people coming through there. They're like, you don't like to be like an assembly line, you know?
And that's what they want. And it's like, I remember guys that just snapped and went crazy, and they just would laugh over everything, and they got kicked out. There was guys that popped on the drug test before they left. It's like, what are you doing? Like, you knew that was coming. You got to take the drug test. There was a guy, I was 18. He was 28. And we're standing in line for haircuts one week. You have to get your haircut every week. We're standing in line, and we're supposed to go over like Marine Corps history and all this stuff. And it's in your like pocket. So you got to pull it out. The drill instructors tell you, and you pull it out, and you're reading it and all that. And he turns to me, and he's like, I got to pee. And I was like, okay, well, ask the drill instructor. He's like, no, I'm going. And he pissed his pants.
Damn,
and he
right in line?
snapped. He just went crazy after that.
Wow.
Wouldn't answer the drill instructors. They're screaming at him. He's just standing there. Just snapped.
And then what? They just kick him out? Boom.
Off he goes. Yep.
See ya.
Off he goes. So, yeah.
Wow. I guess it's not for everyone.
No.
They weed them out, though. I mean, I guess
They
probably
do.
what it takes.
And that's what they want. They want you to be a Marine. They don't want somebody there that doesn't want to be there. Like, you have to want to be there. And that, for me, it was like, I want to be here. I want to see if I can do this. Like, this is a huge thing. Can I make it? Mm-hmm. And it's like, we'll find out.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember when the recruiters came, I was always thinking of it. Like, I was never a very fit person. I mean, I was like,
right.
I wasn't like overweight or anything, but I just wasn't fit. And I'm like, that's not for me, dude.
Right.
I'll die, dude. So I don't know. I just think that even just signing the paperwork to get into that thing, like to make that decision then is like huge, you know?
Yeah,
like
it is.
You're going into the unknown. You don't even know, but you hear all these things and you're like, I don't know, but I want it, you know? That's admirable, you know? So,
I mean, even like boot camp is it's more mental than physical. I mean, there's a little physical to it, but like, it's more mental. It's way more mental.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, they will every day.
Breaking you.
Yeah. So we go into second phase, swim qual, all that stuff. There's not really like a whole ton of stuff that happens then. And then you enter third phase, and that's where the drill instructors are not yelling as much. They're more as a mentor. And that's when it's like, you guys, we're here to mentor you and train you. And that's when it's like, okay, like if you make it to third phase, you pretty much got it. You got nothing to worry about. So
that's kind of nice.
Yeah.
It's not nearly as scrutiny or you're worried about these little tiny mistakes.
Right.
Yeah, that's kind of nice.
I mean, there's times they'll definitely let you know, like, you screwed up. Like if you try to sneak food from the chow hall, like big no. Don't do that. They will put you in front. in a chair, sitting in front of everybody in the squad bay. So that's the big bay where everybody sleeps, and they will make you eat it and make everybody do push-ups until you're done eating.
Are you serious?
One guy did it.
Oh man.
The guy that peed his pants.
Really?
Yeah.
He was the one eating.
Yeah.
While you guys were all
he
doing
took
push-ups.
like Cheerios from the chow hall, shoved them in his like cargo pockets. Yeah.
You guys are just sitting there suffering,
Doing push-ups
dude.
as and they'll eat slower. And so now he's eating like one at a time. And it's like, you gotta be
Are
kidding.
you serious?
Yeah.
So you can't just take all the way in for him. Like,
He tried, and they were like, slower. And it's like, oh, you're killing me,
that's
dude.
crazy.
You're killing me.
So they don't want you to take. Is it the time thing, or is it they don't want you to eat too much?
It's two things. So if you're way too skinny, you're on double rations. They want you to beef up.
Okay.
If you're too fat, they don't want you to eat as much.
Okay.
But if you're in the middle, they give you exactly like what you need. And it's the food changes. You go through the chow hall, like everything's all the same. Like
Really?
you
They actually
hold
keep track of that.
everything. Yeah. And I mean, there's sometimes where it's like, if your platoon is messing up enough, the drill instructors will sit there and be like, you got 30 seconds, 30, 29, 28, 27. And your face just goes down and you just start shoveling as fast as you can. Get everything in there because you're going to need it. Because you're going to be out running in PT and all that stuff.
No kidding.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's wild.
Yep. Bring your face to the food, not the food to your face. That's the Marine Corps motto.
Wow. That's one thing I would excel at is eating fast.
Yeah. Yeah. Just shovel it all.
The only thing
Yeah.
I'm good at. Dude, that's crazy. I wonder if they even like. I mean, I'm sure that there's some science that goes into like the amount of protein and things that are in their food.
Nutrition.
It's got to be some.
time.
It's got to be exactly like like just chicken farms are for chickens. Like it's strategically rationed for that. Probably something like that.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yep.
Maybe.
And they go through everything is all calculated. Yeah.
That's crazy. So was there like a card or something you showed them for like your plate, or was there some kind of identification to say which plate you got of the portions?
No, so it's all like buffet style, and they serve it to you. So like when you carry your tray, like your hands have to be like 45 degree, like trays perfectly in line. Everybody's the same. You shuffle down like a herd of cattle.
Okay.
Pretty much.
But they just look at you and they know what to give you.
Yeah, it's already like on Fridays you got a hot dog and a hamburger and French fries, but it's like on Monday you could get like chicken.
I know,
and
I'm saying,
vegetables.
but based on what you like, say if you go in there and you're
I see
super
what you mean.
skinny, like
So,
they just look at you and be like, "All right, well, this guy gets 2."
It's spray painted on your shirt, so everybody knows.
That's nice.
Yeah. So like the fat dudes had like the 2 stripes that went across, and like the skinny dude just had like the 1.
Really?
But it's on your front and the back, so everybody knows. Like, yeah.
Was that okay? I'm getting in the weeds there. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, but that's how they know. So
Okay.
like there was one kid, he was like bones, and he just could not eat like the double rations, and the drill instructors are like screaming at him like, you got to eat it, like you have to, because you got to bulk up. But yeah,
Wow.
yeah, that's how they do it.
Yeah. Wow.
Yep. So we went through all that, and then third phase comes up. We're going through all that, training for the Crucible, getting everything ready, and then the Crucible kicks off, and that's like I said, it's 54 hours, and it's just constant on the move training. That's when they're teaching you like one thing that we always said was chow is continuous. If you sit down and you got a couple minutes, take a couple bites. Like you just gotta keep going. Like they're not going to give you time for lunch. You have to start thinking, okay, we're resting now. I gotta eat, like, because we're getting ready to do like this training or that training. And then they run through various like obstacle courses and things like problem solving. They'll break you down into teams, and then you have to try to solve like the whatever the thing is, like get that ammo can from there to over there. How would you do it? And you have to discuss it as a team. Some of them you can pass it. Some of them they're meant to fail because they want you to try to think and figure it out and all that stuff.
Okay.
And if you ever fail, like the drill instructors will, like, they're in the mentor phase. They're like, hey, would you have done it this way? Or why'd you do it that way? Or have you ever thought of doing it? So it gets you like kind of free thinking and in like a team mentality.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And then at the very end, it's I think it was like a 9-mile march all the way back. And then you get what's called, it's the Warrior's Breakfast. And it's pretty much, backtrack to that. You go on the parade deck. That's every Friday is graduation at Paris Island. And you see all the recruits with their drill instructors. Like you march everywhere. Marching is like a huge thing. It's discipline where like you're swinging your arms a certain length. Your feet are a certain height off the ground. Like you're constantly being graded for marching and marching around.
No kidding.
Yeah. And even like discipline, like with the rifle, like rifle positions and holding them, like they call it drill. You're constantly practicing that stuff.
Wow.
So every Friday, you're seeing these dudes go through graduating, and they're going off to wherever they go. So you're standing on the parade deck, and that's when they line you up. You're in formation, and the drill instructors come down and give you your eagle, globe, and anchor. That's the Marine Corps symbol. So, yeah, so you get that, and it's like some guys are like in tears. Some are like, I had goosebumps like crazy. Like, holy crap, I made it.
You made it.
Like,
Yeah.
this is nuts.
Yeah. I mean, would you think you did it? So like, not the average person, but like if you just want it, like you said, you can. The most people could do it if they're just if they have to want it.
If you put your mind to it, you can do it.
Okay.
Yeah, but you got to be like, I want this, not like, I'll give it a shot. You won't make it.
Gotcha.
So after that, they do like the Warriors breakfast, where they they open up like the chow hall. You can eat whatever you want. Like you can, like you're a Marine, you made it. Congratulations, all that stuff.
That's nice.
And then after that, they have graduation. My family came from Massachusetts to go see me graduate, which was nice. And like the day before graduation is family day, so I got to hang out with them, and they see like what I look like now, and it's like I lost 40 pounds. Like I was in good shape. Like it's not what I was.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's super cool. And you haven't seen them in a while, so I'm sure that
Yeah.
feels nice. And,
Yeah.
and they're proud that you made it.
And you don't get to make phone calls. You're writing letters. That's pretty much how you communicate with everybody. And
that's kind of nice.
yeah. So yeah.
It's kind of nice to receive a letter and then read it.
Yeah. Yeah. There was a
It seems barbaric though.
It is.
Like
yeah.
in these days, we're like, all right, well, just send a
Snail
text.
mail.
Yeah, send a text, or even an email seems barbaric.
Even like one of the guys, his girlfriend broke up with him. Well, the mail takes a little while to get there, so he's reading it as she's like already moved on.
Oh,
And it's like,
man.
the Dear John letters. That's what they were called. Yeah. But yeah, it was.
That's wild.
Yeah, it's funny.
So you graduate, your family comes, and then do you get orders, or do you your rank that you were previously given after the ASVAB dictates where you go next?
So from there, I had talked to my recruiter before I left, and I said, I want to go to my high school graduation. And he was like, you can do it, but you have to ask for a recruiter's assistance. And I was like, okay. Typical from boot camp, if you go through it, you make it, you get 15 days off, and then you have orders to go to a base in North Carolina. I'll go over that. But for me, I got like 45 days off.
Wow.
So I was like, because it was just enough to get through to my graduation. And so I went back home. Recruiter's assistance was like, they were pretty much like, don't show up if we don't call you. Like, we don't want you annoying us in the office. You're just like a brand new Marine. We don't want you here. You're probably annoying. So just wait for the phone call.
So they still treat you like a
yeah.
lesser than.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So like I would literally get a phone call like once a week, like bring this guy to MEPS to go take his ASFAB. And it's like, okay. And I'd just drive him up there in like the government vehicle. And that was it. And it was pretty much like, don't show up here. So
Gotcha.
I go through all that, go through my graduation. And then from there, everybody goes to North Carolina. It's a sub base of Camp Lejeune. Camp Lejeune is massive. It's huge. A sub base off of that is a smaller one, which is, it's called MCAS New River, Marine Corps Air Station New River. In that little base, there's a sub like little camp. It's Camp Geiger, and then there's Camp Johnson. So when you go through boot camp, you're going to go to Camp Geiger, and it's broken up into two parts. It's MCT and ITB. MCT is Marine Combat Training. That's every non-infantry person is going to go there. It's like 28 days, just basic like Marine infantry skills, just to like, if there was ever a time that like you had to serve with an infantry unit or we needed you, like you knew what to do. It's, super basic. And then ITB is Infantry Training Battalion. So that is another couple months of it's really dials into infantry, the things that like they're capable of, what jobs you want. It's all working on radios, how to talk on the radio, how to fire rockets, all types of stuff.
Wow.
So, so I left Massachusetts, and I flew to North Carolina, and I get off. It's a small airport in Jacksonville, and I get off there, and I got like my it's all the green uniform, and you have like this like thing like you have to rehearse like before you get there, like good morning, ma'am, good morning, sir. PFC Boyd reporting for duty, whatever it was. It was, you had to say it in this like sequence, and I was like freaking out. Like I'm by myself. There's nobody around me. Fly into Jacksonville, and this guy comes up to me, and he's like, "Are you going to Camp Geiger?" And I was like, "Yes." And he was like, "I'm a gunnery sergeant." He was in civilian clothes, and he's like, "I'm going there too. I'll take you." And he was like, "I just got back from overseas." And I was like, "Okay, cool." So I get in the car with this guy.
And you have no idea.
No clue. But he's like, "I'm a Marine." So I'm like, I know to trust Marines. Like, you know, he showed me his ID and everything.
Okay.
It was like, okay,
it wasn't
cool.
just some regular
No,
dude at the
I think he
airport.
was like hammered drunk because like he was like all over the road. And I was like, I'm going to die before I even make it to training. So we get to Camp Geiger. I go up there. I knock on the door. I got like, I'm in my head, like, I know what I'm going to say. I couldn't even get out like good. They're like, "Shut up. What's your name?" I was like, "Boyd." They're like, "Go over there. Take all your stuff here." I'm like, man.
It was way easier
Yeah.
than you anticipated.
Like, yeah.
That's crazy.
So
that's kind of nice though.
Oh, it's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was freaking out. Like, what if I screw this up? What's going to happen? You know, like I'm in like the boot camp mindset, you know? So we went to it was like a waiting like barracks that you wait. It's like a big squad bay, and you wait there for other Marines that are infantry to pick up with a training company, right? So you got guys graduating every Friday. You got to make it so that it's big enough that they're going to start new training for these new guys. So you just wait for infantry guys that want to go in or that signed up in the infantry to go into, infantry training school.
Okay, so there has to be enough of you guys to make it worthwhile.
So at that point, they have a program called Camp Guard, and it sucks. And you have to go out. There's different posts around like Camp Geiger, and it's like Firewatch. You got to go out there and you just roam for a couple hours, and then you're off duty, and the next guys will come over. That's where I met my buddy Lee. He's from Louisiana, like Cajun swamp, like Louisiana, right? So we're walking on guard duty, and I'm like, I have no idea what this dude is saying. Like he's saying, you know, the guy in the water boy, like, like that was Lee.
Shoot him.
Yeah. Like, what are you? I don't know what you're saying, dude. Like, and he's looking at me like, you got a weird accent. I'm like, you got a weird accent. Like, what? How did I end up with this idiot? So me and Lee, because of the way that our names work, his last name started with an A, mine's a B, so we're always together all the time. So me and Lee became like best friends. You know what I mean? Like we hung out on weekends together, like we're on Camp Guard together. And then we went into infantry school. I think we did that for like a week, 2 weeks maybe. Yeah, it could have been about 2 weeks. And then we got picked up into infantry school, and then you do all that stuff. So.
And all the while you're staying on base doing this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you don't have a car. You're just on base. Like Camp Geiger had like a bowling alley. I remember that was pretty much it.
Now, when you're doing this, after boot camp, are you staying like you have a little apartment? How's it work?
No, it's same thing. It's the barracks.
They just get a bunkhouse type thing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yep.
Gotcha.
And it's just it's a big room. It's got all bunk beds in there. And
Gotcha.
You got each individual one. But yeah, even through like infantry training school, like you're in the barracks the whole time. You're with your company.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So from there, I would say midway through, they'll ask you what you want to do in the infantry, and that's when they hone it down. Mm-hmm. You could be a 0311, that's a rifleman. 0331 is a machine gunner. 41 is a mortar team, or 0351 is an assaultman. They deal with like shoulder-mounted rockets, and they deal with explosives. So you have a wish list of what you want to do. And I was like, I just want 0311. And I put that on all three of them. I put 0311, 0311, and then 0331. And they saw it and laughed, and they were like, you idiot. Like, you can't put 0311 twice. And I was like, but that's what I want. You know, like, this, I really, really want it. I ended up getting it.
Nice.
But, yeah.
And that was a what?
0311. So it's a rifleman in the infantry.
Okay.
Yep.
Rifleman. All right.
And then
I've heard of 0311 like on other podcasts and things.
Oh,
like
yeah.
military guys, and I'm like, well, I have no idea. Maybe I'll
Yeah.
look it up. Is it across the board? Like if you're in Army or if you're in another branch of the military?
it's all
okay, so
different.
it's only Marines.
Yeah.
0311.
I
Got it.
think Army is like 11 Bravo, I think is what they are.
Okay.
But for us, it's, yeah. So we know that like if you're like, I'm an 03, they're like, oh, he's an infantry Marine. Yeah.
11 is the rifleman.
Rifleman. Yep.
Okay, got it.
Yep. So
Okay.
a lot of guys, like they picked riflemen, some picked machine gunners, some picked like machine gunner. You're dealing with 50 cals, 240s, and Mark 19s, which are like the full auto grenade launchers. So they're working like the heavier end of the machine guns. For 0311s, we're working with the light machine guns. At the time, it was a M249 saw, which is like the biggest piece of crap ever. It's awful.
What made you want to be a rifleman
I don't know. I was just like, it just looks awesome.
versus everything else?
Yeah. I don't want to carry the machine gun. Like that thing's big.
Yeah.
And then the mortar, like even the base plate on the mortar, you got to carry that on hikes? No, I'm good.
That's
I got an
crazy.
8-pound rifle. That's all I need.
Yeah, well, all I can think about right now is us shooting earlier
Yeah.
and noise. And
Yeah.
I'm thinking, like, dude, I don't want to be next to something that's going to be exploding like a rocket next
Yeah.
to my face.
Right.
Like, shoulder-mounted rocket launcher.
Oh, they're loud.
That sounds like it's going to blow my hearing out.
Yeah.
That's crazy, dude.
But like through training and stuff, all that, like even firing rockets, like you learn that it's like the backblast of a rocket, right? Like the AT-4 rockets that we use, it's an 84 millimeter anti-tank rocket. And when you got that thing up and you go to fire it, you got to make sure nobody's behind you, because if they're right behind you, they will die. It will
kidding.
burn them to death. Yeah. And it's quick. And so you gotta, like, before you yell, you gotta yell like certain stuff, and everybody's like, oh, okay, he's firing a rocket, get up in front. And there was like zero kick to that thing. It just,
No
and
kidding.
it's crazy. Yeah. So you go through like all that stuff. We learned how to like get on and off helicopters. Like we flew around like Camp Lejeune or whatever in one of the helicopters, and like they show you different things, and it's like, all right, cool.
And this is why you're training for your sector, or like your
For my job. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So after that, that was like a couple months of training. And then we, at the very end, we got orders of where you're going next. So here's where it got really weird. So they took the top 5 guys in the alphabet. So that's Lee, me, my buddy, KV, Copeland, and Burnett. That's us 5, right? Alphabetical order. Company first sergeant calls us in, and he's like, you guys are going to Norfolk, Virginia. And we're like, okay. He's like, you're going to be teaching CBs. That's like the Navy construction guys, like close quarter shooting. And we're like, what? We aren't even trained in that. Like we did just the basics of the basics. And he's like, yeah, that's what they want. So we're like, okay. So after that, they split the company that we, all the platoons, like we were part, it was Alpha Company was who we were. They split half of Alpha Company. Half is going to the West Coast, half is staying on Camp Lejeune. And that's it. I think a couple of them went to Quantico for like officer training to train officers, but
And this is just random, or like
we're totally random. Yep.
okay, so somebody just made a decision budget
Yep.
wise or
Cut it
something
here.
down the road.
They're going here. They're going there.
Okay.
They did ask in the beginning if anyone wants to try out for recon. Some guys did. It's like hardly any. And the other was Eighth and I. Eighth and I is it's in DC where the commandant is, and that's like marching and like the silent drill team, all that stuff, and like ceremonial stuff. And I was like, I'm not doing that. That is stupid. I'm not doing that. So I was like, all right. So we get our orders. We get in this van, and the guy starts driving to Camp Lejeune. And we're like, we have orders to Virginia Beach or Norfolk. And he's like, that's not what I heard. And we're like, but the paper's like, it says it like right here. And he's like, that's not what they told me. And we're like, okay, so where are we going? And he's like, you're going to 8th Marines. 8th Marines. And we're like, okay. Van pulls up in front of 8th Marine Regiment, and there he's like, all right.
What's that mean?
So it's all broken down. So you have 1st Marine Division is California. 2nd Marine Division is North Carolina. 3rd Marine Division is Okinawa, Japan. So it's broken down into 3 divisions. So each division has a certain amount of regiments. So the regiment is eighth Marines is one whole regiment. So that's like 1/8, 2/8, and 3/8. First Battalion, 8th Marines, 2nd Battalion, 8th Marines, 3rd Battalion, 8th Marines, and then it goes into like 1/6, 2/6, 3/6, 1/2, 2/2, 3/2. It's all broken down. So I'm going into 8th Marines. I don't know where I'm going in 8th Marines. It could be anywhere.
Gotcha.
So driver pulls up. This guy comes walking out, some super like tall sergeant, and he's like, "Hey, Sergeant Donald, you got room for 5?" And he's like, "Yeah." So he's like, "Come with me." So we go in, and there's like a huge like rectangular building. So the first floor is all of like one company, and then the second floor is of another company, right? So we walk in, and he's like, "Welcome to Golf Company 2/8, 2nd Battalion, 8th Marines."
And this is still on Camp Lejeune. Okay.
On Camp
Just making
Lejeune.
sure. You guys
So-
didn't leave.
No, so we were like, we're supposed to go to like Norfolk. They're like, no, we changed your orders. They changed them. So now we're in 2/8. So they assigned us all to 2nd Platoon in Golf Company. So 2/8 was Echo, Fox, and Golf, and then Hotel is the headquarters company. So that's just all like support staff, pretty much.
Okay.
So
So was it a blessing in disguise in the grand scheme?
I was scared at first because I know when I was in boot camp, when I was in boot camp in March of 2003, that's when the Iraq War started. So in boot camp, they pretty much the drill instructors came out and they're like totally messing with you, like who's infantry? Raise your hand. And I'm like that's what I picked. He's like, we just invaded Iraq. Good luck. You're next.
No shit.
And I'm like, oh my God. It's like,
But it wasn't real.
Holy-
He was just messing with you.
I didn't know. I was like, I heard that we might be invading, but
Yeah.
I didn't know if they did or not. And then they showed us, and I was like, holy crap, I could be going to war like right after. Like, this is nuts.
Wow.
So when I checked into 2/8 was actually part of the Iraq War, and a lot of those guys were still on leave. So there was a few guys that had made it back, but like it's again staying at the barracks. The barracks is 3 floors, and it's you have like one company on one side, like Fox was behind us, and then Golf on our side, and it's just open railings, and then it's just door, like a motel pretty much. And a lot of them were still on leave when we showed up, and then they all started to like trickle back in. What I heard was so when they did the invasion, there's an order of movement of who goes, like what battalion is like up in the front, and then in the like how they're going to move through Iraq, right? So 1-2 1st Battalion, 2nd Marines, they were like the main effort pushing through. They lost a lot of guys. 2/8 was in the middle, and then I think 3-2 was in the back, or maybe 2/8 and 3-2 switched. I can't remember, but the majority of the fighting was the 1-2 guys.
Wow.
It wasn't really so much 2/8. I mean, they were in it. They got in a couple firefights, but they're coming back. They're telling war stories, like hazing us because we're new guys. For a new guy, you're called a boot, so it's like you're doing like all the crap work all the time. Police calling is like picking up trash, right? Every morning the boots have to go out there and stand right next to each other, and you walk real slow and pick up all their cigarette butts and beer bottles that they're throwing off like after like a Friday night.
Really?
It's like, yeah, it's awful.
That's crazy.
And it's pretty much like an initiative, like like a I'm trying to think more of like a it technically, yes, I would say it was like hazing, but it's like they're trying to make sure that you're not going to quit on them, which I totally get. Someone a little further than others, but
I mean, is it a chance to interact with these people too and listen to what they're talking about? And
they don't want to hear you.
okay,
Yeah, you're the new guy. Get over there.
okay,
Yeah.
so they're not even giving you any ideas what's going on.
No.
What to expect.
No.
Okay.
No. In fact, right when I checked in, like 2 weeks later, I had to do. It was they were training with OC spray. It's pepper spray, but it's like oil based. It doesn't like regular pepper spray. You take bottled water or something, you just dump it over. This seeps into your skin, so the more you sweat, the more it hurts. And this was like 2 weeks in, and they're like, "You have to go." So, and I'm like, I just did the gas chamber in boot camp. That's not that bad. I mean, it's bad, but it's not as bad as OC spray. Like that OC spray hurts.
Yikes.
And you got to run and like do all this like fighting stuff. So it's in case you spray it and it comes back into your face, you got to know you have to defend yourself. But I just remember one of the senior guys has my blouse just grabbing me. He's like, run faster, run faster. I'm like, like it's just burns.
Yikes.
Yeah.
And you're doing it.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And then that's when you break it down from there. You find out what platoon you're in, and then what squad you're in. The way that it works is there's 4 platoons per company. So it's 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. 4th is the weapons platoon. That's your machine gunners, mortarmen, assaultmen. 1st, 2nd, 3rd is all riflemen. So they're rifle platoons, and then they'll take the 4th and break it down if they need it. Like if we need a machine gun team, they'll come with us, or a mortar team or something like that. So per platoon, there's 3 squads, 1st, 2nd, 3rd. And then you have your team, which is like you 4 guys in a fire team, your team leader, 3 teams, and then
It's all good.
Your team leader will report to your squad leader, and then your squad leader reports to your platoon sergeant, and then your platoon commander, which is a lieutenant.
Yeah.
So
it's crazy how it's like broken down.
it's small teams.
Yeah.
And that's exactly how they want it, because when you go overseas, that's all you're working with is your squad. Mm-hmm. There's not much on the platoon level unless you're doing like massive raids.
Okay. Did your other buddies, the 4 other guys, stay with you the whole time?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yep. So they all stayed with us. We're all in 2nd platoon, and then I think Lee was in like 1st. I was in I think 3rd squad. He was in the other ones, but yeah, we're all interacting all the time.
Okay.
Because you as a platoon, you're together all the time, but you're more tight with your squad.
That's kind of cool that you got picked together anyhow. To be there together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which was good, because it's like you go through like the sucky phase of being a boot in like a new company. Like you go through that together. Like embrace the suck together.
Yeah.
Like
you're all expecting the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they go through all that stuff, and then obviously every 4 years there's your contract ends, so you can reenlist or you can get out. So a lot of the guys, the senior guys in 2-8, they got out. So we got orders to go to Afghanistan. Let's see, I got there in September. I think it was like a couple weeks after I got there, we got orders, and I was like, holy crap! Like,
how far along are you on your years in?
I wasn't even a year in.
Okay, so
I graduated.
This is months in.
Yeah, I graduated boot camp in May, and I've got orders to Afghanistan in September. Wow. And I was like, holy crap. Like,
you were what, 19?
I just turned 19.
Holy crap.
Just turned 19. So we're getting ready to go, but we're missing a ton of guys because they all got out. So they did a lateral move and took a bunch of guys from 1-2, the guys that were the main effort in Iraq, and they moved them to us. And those were the guys that only had like a year left on their contract, and they were going to deploy with us. So we got a whole new set of like senior guys, and those guys, the ones that I had, they were from 1-2 Charlie Company, and they were the ones that took, like, I would say, the biggest hit going through Iraq. Like, my team leader lost like 16 friends, and those guys, I mean, the knowledge that they had is like, holy crap! Like, you just want to listen to everything, because they'll teach it to you.
I was gonna say that they actually took the time to like respect you guys as young guys coming in.
Yeah. And at this point, you're like, you got to train, because you're going overseas with these guys, and you all got to be on the same page. Mm-hmm. And just the amount of knowledge that they had was nuts. And it's like, when we went to leave like that morning, I was like, man, I'm super confident. Like, I feel really good. Like, these guys are awesome.
Like, probably what you need.
Oh, it was. Oh, yeah.
Imagine getting off the plane being like, oh, I shouldn't be here.
Right. Yeah.
But these guys are.
This doesn't seem like a good place to visit.
I would want to have your mindset of like, all right, yeah, we got this.
Yeah.
We're in.
Yep. So right before, I think it was October. I think it was October. The Marine Corps was taking scout snipers out of rifle platoons because they wanted them, basically like your battalion commander who's in charge of like Echo, Fox, Golf, and Hotel Company. He's your battalion commander. He's like the head guy. He's the one that's drawing up all the plans of like where to go and what to do and all that stuff. So they want the scout snipers to work directly for him so that they're like the eyes and ears of everything that's going on, like sniper hides and all that stuff, to like surveillance and targets, like acquisition and stuff like that. So they were taking them out of rifle platoons, but now rifle platoons don't have a long gun. All we have is M16s, right? And we had little ACOG optics on them, which is more for like shooting anything under, 200 yards. Like you can't reach out far with those things. So what they did was they developed it was a program called SAM, which was Squad Advanced Marksman. And they were taking one guy per squad. So there was 27 of us total. And we were to go train with the scout snipers and learn high angle shooting, hostage shooting, all types of stuff, like shooting from second floor down, like to the ground, or shooting long range, all types of stuff.
No kidding. You were one of them.
So I got picked. So I was one of them. So they were like, you have to go through this course. We shot a lot. And then we had to go through like psychological stuff where it's like with a ACOG or like just a regular M16 with iron sights, when like if you shoot somebody, like they just go down. With a scope here, it's way more personal. So it's like they're going through like everything about it, where it's like you're going to see like their face and all that stuff. So wow. Psychological stuff. And then it's more into shooting. And then we went to Nevada, and they flew us out there, and we did shooting from a mountain, and we were shooting known and unknown distances. Like there's a formula that you could I guess like plug into your like calculator, and it's all based on like measurements, and like your scope has like the mil dots and like how to measure things and figure out the distance of the targets and all that.
Okay.
But yeah, that was when we were going to Nevada. We went on a civilian airplane. We had to break down all the guns, and they go through the airport. I think we were on like American Airlines or something. I don't know, but it was like, it's just all civilians in there. And then it's us with a bunch of sniper rifles like in the cargo, right?
So and you're all in your uniforms, I assume?
No, we're all in civilian clothes.
Wow.
We don't wear our uniforms anywhere. You just want to blend in. So yeah, we're on the plane. I'm sitting next to this guy, and the pilot gets on. He's like, hey, like, there's a bunch of Marines on board. We want to thank you for your service. And like, they knew it was us. And the guy saw my haircut, and he was like, oh, thanks. And he was like, what do you do in the Marines? And I was like, oh, I'm a cook. And he's like, oh, you're a cook? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, oh, nice. So I'm like, I don't want to answer all this guy's questions and all that. So I told him that.
Smart.
So then we're getting off, and he's like, oh, I just got word it's a bunch of Marine Corps snipers. And the guy looks at me, and I was like, he just busted out laughing. He's like, all right, that was good. So yeah, it's hilarious.
Well, that's a good way to not have to be under
I was like,
tons of questions.
Yeah. So then we get off, and we're
the funny thing is like, you're like, I'm a cook.
Yeah, I'm a cook.
And he was like, oh, nice. Cook. Yeah. Like he doesn't know.
Why'd you pick that?
He doesn't
job,
know what
idiot?
to say. That's so funny, dude.
So
I can't even imagine.
We get off, and we go down to go get our guns, and they're gone. They're not there. So we were like, okay. So we went to the airline, and we were like, hey, we're missing our luggage. And they were like, what does it contain? And we were like, sniper rifles. The look on this lady's face was like ghost white. And we were like, we need those. Each rifle that we had was custom made in Quantico, Virginia. And it was like like an M16, but they switched a bunch of parts. Like the bolt was not like a regular bolt. It was made by a different company. The barrel was heavier, 1 in 9 twist. It had a loophole scope on it. Like they like stripped an M16 and basically put it back together to look like one. But these can shoot far. And so we're missing these things. And so they found them. They got sent to Chicago somehow. And then they got shipped back to us. We had to like wait a while for the guns to get back to us, but it was like they were missing.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It always blows my mind, though, to hear when I was talking to Rob on here, I asked him how they get around, and he said, yeah, it was commercial flights. And I'm like, you're telling me we have like the best military in the world, and you guys are flying around on freaking commercial airlines, dude?
Yep.
How does that make sense? And then you have to deal with all of that when you guys could have just walked on a freaking Air Force plane or whatever,
C-130
whatever, and
yeah,
right there. You know, I don't know. Anyhow,
Yeah, so we did that. We did a lot of distance shooting. I think the main one that I remember was there was a steel body target that was 1,000 yards, and we were all aiming for that. And it took me a couple tries. I hit it, and then my buddy Jim, he got one at 1,100, and I couldn't hit that. It was like he let me know,
Bragging
like, "Oh,
rights.
you suck, dude. You can't hit that one." Like, oh, like it hurt.
really, was there a bunch of tries, or you just only a couple times?
A couple tries, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But like I am not a scout sniper. I'm not claiming to be. I'm not. I'm just a squad advanced marksman, like basic sniper stuff. But the scout snipers were awesome. They would like teach us stuff and show us different things and all that. But yeah,
That's wild.
yeah. So we got back from that and then get ready to go to Afghanistan. So we left. Okay. So my company gunnery sergeant and my company first sergeant, they were like badass Marines, old school badass Marines. If you ever want to Google it, look up Timothy Haney, Haney, and he's got a silver star, and it goes through like what he did to get, like, dude is badass. My platoon sergeant was fresh off the drill field in San Diego, California, and he's straight drill instructor mode. Like, you know what? I do have to bring up. I don't know if I'll. Yeah, all right, I'll bring it up. I'll talk about it. You're gonna die on this one. So we're in boot camp. It's like third phase, right? They're telling us like that we went to war and all that stuff, and that I'm gonna go and all that and everything. And it's like you're like freaking out. So they bring us to the building where we all had to donate blood. I don't know if it's typical or if it's just because you're going to war and they need a blood supply. They told us that like they needed, like, everybody's dying, and so I'm like freaking out, right? So we're out in front. We're all lined up in a long line, and they said, if you have a tattoo or piercing, step forward right now. And I was like, oh crap. So I stepped forward. And I didn't have tattoos. So I step forward. The drill instructor comes down the line and he's asking everybody. You know, they don't laugh or nothing. They are like dead serious. And he's like, what did you have, recruit? And he's like, this recruit got a tattoo, sir, or like whatever. He gets to me, right? And he looks at me and I'm like, oh no. Prior to in high school, I had a friend that was like, dude, I dare you to pierce your nipples. And I was like, what? And he was like, do it. And I was like, I'll do it. I'll do it if you do it. And he's like, yeah. So we did. We went to CVS and we got like Oragel numbing stuff that doesn't work for that area. And we got safety pins and a lighter, right? And we light the lighter and we're like, oh, this is like perfect. Like, you know, it's not going to get infected. So we do it. And so it was stupid. So now fast forward, I'm in line. The drill instructor comes up to me and stops and looks. And he's like, what did you have, recruit? And I was like, oh, no. Sir, this recruit had his nipples pierced, sir. And he flung up his hand to, like, he was dead laughing. Like, he didn't know what to say. I don't think he ever expected it. So he's like he turns around and he just hightails it, just walks off. And you see everybody was dying, like, trying not to laugh around me. Like... It was hilarious. So yeah, to this day I remember like the guys next to me, like they were like, "Oh man," like he didn't even get to us. Like he just walked off.
Did you get to get out of line?
Yeah, they were like, "Step back," and nice. Like I didn't have to donate blood because I did that. Yeah. But it was like, oh man, it was.
That's funny.
I was like, I can't lie. I don't know what to say. I was like, oh, just say it, and I did, and I was like, oh.
Just saying it.
Yeah.
Just sounds.
Oh, it was awful.
That's funny.
But it was like I was like a punk kid, you know, just whatever.
Were they still
trouble.
done?
No. I
just did it, and then they were done. Okay,
yeah, I did it. Put like rings in, and then I was like, no, I'm like they got super infected, and I was like, no, I'm done. Idiot.
Oh man.
Yeah, so that's how like drill instructors are they are no joke. Mm-hmm. And so mine is now my platoon sergeant. I can't say his name because he's still in, but I'll call him Staff Sergeant Y. He's like a huge like figure throughout like my Marine Corps deployments. So he's getting us all like shaped up and all that stuff. And he's got us like super disciplined. We're all locked in. We're ready to go. We're going. So the day that we go, you got to clean out your barracks, all that stuff. Like you don't get the same barracks when you return. You have to, everything has to, it has to either bring it home, put it in a storage unit, whatever. They give you some time off before your deployment. You have to, basically it's like get your affairs in order, write your funeral plans, whatever you have, make sure your will is good, all that stuff. You have to, next of kin, all that. You got to have that updated.
Really?
Yeah. So I like wrote my funeral plans and I would put it in an envelope and give it to my dad. And my dad knew, like, he just puts it away. He never opened it or read it. He was always respectful. And at the end of my deployments, he'd hand it back to me and I'd just shred it and that was it. Move on. So we did that. I got everything in order and I was like, all right, here we go. Before every deployment, if I was dating anybody, I would break up with them right away because it was like, I don't want my job to affect them. Like, I need my head like clear, ready to go. I can't be worried about like what's she doing on Friday night or whatever. It's like, no, I'm not doing it. So I broke up with my girlfriend and got on the bus. They took us to Cherry Point, North Carolina, Marine Corps Air Station, Cherry Point. From there, they flew us. It's like a civilian plane, but it's only for the military. But like the pilots are civilians and the flight like attendants are all civilians, but it's all military. So you have a pack and like your pack that you march with and a sea bag. Those like green long bags. Like you see them in like World War II and stuff. So we have those and that's it. And you just pack your stuff and you're out. So
all your clothes, all your boots are what you have on.
Yeah,
socks,
they
all
issue
your
you a
stuff.
new pair of
That's it.
boots before your deployment because by the end of the deployment, you have no soles left on your boots. You are walking that much.
I bet.
It's a lot. To bring back Staff Sergeant Y. So one of the trainings that we were on, we were out, I think we were going to a rifle range doing something. And it was like weeks of eating MREs. Like, have you ever had one?
Mm-mm.
They're awful.
I've heard.
It's like tastes like chemicals, like disgusting. So I was like, I'm not eating those. Like, no way. So I went to the post exchange, we call it the PX, and I bought 2 loaves of bread and a jar of peanut butter and jelly and like shoved them in my pack. And I was like, I'll eat, we're only going to be out here like 3-4 days. I'll just eat peanut butter and jelly the whole time. So we're on this road march. We're going like 15 miles and it's like side by side. Like you have a guy next to you and you got to keep up with the pace. And so we got to like, I don't know, it was like the 10-mile mark or whatever. And they're like, all right, sit down. If you have chow, like go ahead and eat it. So I was like, yeah, I'm starving. So I pulled out my loaf of bread. So I'm making it. My buddy's like, dude, where'd you get that? I was like, I'm not eating MREs, man. Those things are gross. My platoon sergeant, Staff Sergeant Y, the drill instructor, walks by and stops and like turns directly at me. And he was like, where did you get that? And I was like, I shoved it in my pack, Staff Sergeant. He's like, are you serious? And I was like, yeah, I don't want MREs. He's like, you better make me one. And I was like, roger that. So I make him one. So he goes up to the front of the march where the company first sergeant and the company gunny are. Those are the 2 highest enlisted for your company. And he's eating it in front of them. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So I hear all the way from the front, Boyd! Like, oh, man. So coming, gunny. So I come running down and he's like, I heard you got peanut butter and jelly. I was like, I do, gunny. He's like, me and the first sergeant would like one. So I'm running all the way back, making them one. I'm like, man, I'm not going to have any left. that next like training cycle, like we went out to do a march again, dude, like half the platoon had like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Everyone's like, genius, man.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, I've heard that they give you constipation.
They do. Yeah.
It's gnarly.
And it hurts too. Yeah. Especially if you're like 7 days in. And we've done like 2-week field ops. Like you're sleeping in a dirt hole for 2 weeks. Like it's not fun.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
What was the idea of you guys? See, this is in Afghanistan. Mm-hmm. Is there not cars there? Why are you marching everywhere? Mm-hmm. I always think that or hear it. It's like, dang, they have tanks or something?
There were times that we would have to march everywhere because you're on foot patrol because there's so many IEDs or landmines from the Russians that are still there that you can't drive.
Gotcha.
So we would either fly or walk. I'll get into like a lot of like the walking stuff later, but yeah, you're walking everywhere.
Gotcha.
So we fly off out of New Cherry Point, and then we stop in Germany for a refuel, and then we go to a small country called Kyrgyzstan, and it was right outside of Afghanistan, and it was an old like Soviet base that was there, and the Air Force was there, and they just like had like flights coming in and out. We were the first Marines into Afghanistan since 9/11. So after they had pulled out and gave it to the Army, now that we're coming back. And our mission was pretty much, we were doing a massive spring offensive against the Taliban and going after like targets and weapons and stuff like that. So we land in Kyrgyzstan, and it's an Air Force base. And this is the first time I've ever been around like Air Force people. Like I'm used to the Marine Corps, like you only say your rank and last name, whatever. You never say anyone's first name. And so we're in the chow hall, and the base general comes up to us, and me and my buddy KV, who was with me in infantry school, him and I were hanging out, and we were in the chow hall, and the base commander comes up. He's like some like 2-star general, and he's like, "Hey guys, what's your name?" And I'm like, PFC Boyd. He's like, "No, your first name." My platoon sergeant, Staff Sergeant Y, the drill instructor, is standing right behind me and KV. And I'm like, I am not saying my first name to a base general with my platoon sergeant right there. Like, I am going to get ripped up for this one. And so I look at him, and I look back up at the general, and he's like, my name's like Mike or whatever. And he's like, what's your name? And I was like, PFC Boyd. He's like, no, your first name. I was like, oh God. It's like, Jay. And I look at him, and he's looking at me like, like, you're going to get it. And then so then the guy turns to KV, and he's like, what's your name? And he's like, Ryan. And he's like, nice to meet you guys. And like shakes our hand and all this. And we're like, this is bizarre. Like, this is super. And we're both looking at him, and he's just sitting there smiling. And we're like, I know I'm going to pay for it. But he was just messing around with us. Like, he never did anything to us. But it was like, it was just the difference in branches. And it was so bizarre.
So they actually, I mean,
It's super laid back.
Okay.
Yeah, they are. And it was like, I had heard stuff, but it was like, I never knew anything, but it was like, they were super friendly. I mean, he invited us back. Like, I was 19, but he invited us back for beers. He's like, want to have beers with us? And we were like, sure, why not? And like, had beers with him. It was the weirdest thing ever. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah. I didn't really know that it was that severe, though, to say you guys only went by your last name.
Never.
That's it.
If you're on duty, it's last name only.
Okay.
If you're off duty, it's up to you. So the ranks, they have private first class, lance corporal. Those are the junior, like, enlisted ranks. And then from there, they're then it goes NCOs, non-commissioned officers. So now that's corporal and sergeant. And then there's staff NCOs. That's your staff sergeant, gunnery sergeant, first sergeant, sergeant major, all that. So it's you. So if I am a lance corporal, I hang out with lance corporals and down. I don't hang out with corporals or sergeants. It's fraternization. It's frowned upon. They don't like that.
Gotcha.
So that's one of those things where it's like, you like, and especially calling a base general an officer by his first name in the Marine Corps is like a huge no-no. Like, don't ever do that. And meanwhile, I'm forced to do it like right in front of my drill instructor, staff sergeant.
When
It's
he's
like,
asking you to do it, so it's
it was awful.
Yeah, that's crazy. So they just go by a different set of rules.
Yeah, a different set of rules. Yeah. So it's it's a totally different branch. But yeah, even like the Army. So the Army, if you are in your PT uniform and an officer walks by that you know is an officer because you know he's your platoon commander or whatever, they salute without their hats on. We don't. Like, if we're in PT gear, it's good morning, sir, and we just acknowledge them, and that's it. So, like, in Afghanistan, when we got there, it was run by the Army at the time. Like, there's these officers, like, looking at us, like, why we're not saluting them, and it's like, I don't know who you are. I don't know. I'm in PT clothes. If you're in regular clothes and I see a rank, good morning, sir, and that's it. But I don't salute you. So, it's just two totally different things you got to... And some of the officers would come up and be like, you're supposed to salute me, and we're like, no, we're not. Not in our world. We do things a little bit different than you guys, but yeah.
You guys would even push back a little bit.
We could, yeah.
Not to be
No,
to be
like no disrespect, sir,
confrontational,
but you know,
like,
in the
this is
Marine
not
Corps,
how we
this
roll.
is our customs and courtesies. Like this is how we do it, and they're like, oh, okay. And these are guys that don't know either.
Okay.
So, but yeah, from there we went to from Kyrgyzstan we went to Kandahar, and then from Kandahar we did like a refueling, and then went to Bagram Air Base, and we landed there, and like that was crazy because we're in C-130s, those like twin propeller Air Force planes, and they do combat landings. So it's like you're flying, and then you feel your stomach just go right up into your throat, or they just dive bomb because they want to get on the ground, off, and take off so that they're not getting rockets or RPGs or anything, mortars
Now,
shot at them.
Were you prepared for that type of thing? Like
I didn't know it was going to happen, but then I was like, whoa. And like everybody was like, because they announced like, welcome to Afghanistan when they get over like the Afghan airspace. And then it was like 30 seconds or whatever to landing, or how like they would time it out, like 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Was it only there? It wasn't when you guys were refueling though?
No, it was refueling too, but it wasn't like, it was during the day. So it wasn't like as steep, I would say. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So that's just how they land those planes. Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
I think it was, I don't know if it was like just because it was at night, because it's night ops and like it's, I don't know.
Visible
I'm not sure.
or something.
Yeah.
It's got lights
Yeah.
probably on. Who knows?
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't know if like you guys did some training before in like led up to that type of thing. Like when you guys are in boot camp and things, when you guys are playing on the helicopters, not playing, but
No.
training.
That was pretty much like when we were training on the helicopters, like you use CH-46s. They're not around anymore, but they're the twin propeller little gray helicopters, and the CH-53. That's like the long one with the huge propeller. That one takes more training because you have to run, when you're running off, you have to run right. If you run left, you run right into the back propeller. So that's like, it's training for that. Like if you're on a 53, run right. Don't run left. Gotcha. Yeah. So we go through that. We land, we get everything situated, all our gear. Like it's not like the movies where it's like there's like shooting and running around everywhere. It's like super like calm. Like there's not much going on. And then you'll hear like over, they have like a big loudspeaker that will say like, danger, incoming, take cover. And then that's when like the alerts go off that like they're firing rockets or mortars or whatever. And then there's like bunkers everywhere, and you got to run to the bunkers. And
this is an active war zone. Like,
oh yeah,
it was legitimately
very
active when you guys were there. So you're instantly in it.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're on a base. I mean,
yeah.
you guys it's an airport on the base.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not like you just landed out in the middle.
But it's weird though, because there's a Starbucks, a Burger King, like there's like civilian, like you can get a double cheeseburger there if you want to, or like there's a, they call it's a MWR, Morale, Welfare and Recreation. That's like your computers. So you can email back and forth, phones. There's like ping pong tables, pool tables, like if you want to hang out there. There's even like a huge like PX where you can go to the store and buy a bunch of stuff, or like a big chow hall.
Wow. So the Burger King and stuff there?
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Now, is it,
It's all civilian ran.
That's
Yeah.
what I was
Most of it
wondering.
is, a lot of it is run by like, Afghan nationals where they're screened to come into the base to work. So it's like a big screening process. They have to go through background checks and all that stuff. But yeah, it's them running it.
That's what I thought.
Super bizarre. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you look at bases here, like Dover Air Force Base. They have the same type thing, but it's local people go there jobs, on base.
Yep.
So it's kind of wild.
Yeah. And it's, I mean, like for the local nationals, they're getting paid. So it benefits them too. And they're obviously getting paid a lot higher than what they would doing something else.
Yeah.
So
That's wild. That's kind of nice, though. I was going to ask you what the landscape looked like, other than, I mean, the fence is pretty far, I guess, but like what it looks like, what you're accustomed to.
Yeah.
Other than, I mean, I don't know. I guess looks just like at home, like.
Yeah.
I'm thinking like dusty air and like, desert and sand.
There's
and,
mountains, and you could see there was snow on top of them. Like when we got there, like, it was, for Bagram itself, it was more like a lower lying, but the base is massive. I mean, it's got an airstrip on there, like Thunderbolts are taking off, or the A-10s, they're taking off all the time. The Army was there with their Chinooks, the CH-47s, like the huge twin engine helicopters, tons of them out there. There's Army Rangers there. There's Special Forces, like the Special Forces camp with like Navy SEALs in there. Like it's a huge base. We were all the way in the back, and we had these like wooden huts with just cots, and we slept on those. And that was our each one was a squad. So first squad had their own hut, then second squad, then third. So you're like with your squad the whole time.
Sounds like you're roughing it.
Yeah. I mean, compared to later on, no, that was it was amazing.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Was there air conditioning and things?
I believe there was.
Okay.
Yeah. But like the CBs, they built all of them. So it was nice.
Yeah.
It was good. So then from there, we broke it up into, we were doing three separate missions. So Echo Company has their mission, Fox has theirs, and Golf has theirs. So when we got there, we were doing tower security, and it was the winter time. So I'm trying to think how to explain it. Before your deployments, it's called a workup. And during that workup is your training, and you're being watched by the battalion commander, and he grades each company of how they're doing, and then they move it into like who's the best one, and they call it the main effort. And at that time, we were the main effort, so we know that we're going into probably more of the shit than anybody else. So what they were doing was saving us until the spring, so that they could launch this thing in the spring, and then we're going to kick it off and go from there. So the first mission that we did, we were doing tower security, which sucked. It's like every morning you get 8-hour duty. They drive you around the air base. They load you into these like, it was like a Connex box with like almost like this, and it's like got your window right there, and you're just guard watching, like anyone shooting rockets at you or whatever. It sucked. Super boring. And then the second was we were tasked to protect the president of Afghanistan. There was, at the time, it was a shift that was going on with the Afghan army and the president, and they were wondering if the Afghan army was going to turn on the president and try to take him out.
Wow.
So
you guys actually had to protect him?
Yeah. So, oh, dude, we had like a botched mission. It was horrible. So we had to sleep. We moved out of those little huts, and we were sleeping on the airfield. And what would happen is they would call out at random times, like, go, go, go. And that's like it was like a mock like simulation, like the president's getting attacked. They load up the helicopters, and we launch. We're gone. We're going to save them. So we would do it a series of times, and it was like how quick you could get your gear on, how fast you could run to the helicopter. And they're giving you information like 20 KIA, like this division is doing this, whatever. So it's all being relayed to us as we're getting our stuff on. So, and it was just constant all the time, like 4 o'clock in the morning, 8 o'clock at night. They would just test us. And it was I think our company first sergeant that was doing it. So one night, it was in the morning, and they made the call, and so we load up, and we're running onto the helicopters, but the helicopters are going, and normally sometimes they are, but most of the time they're not running. It's just training. And then they'll tell you it's training, go back. This time they didn't tell us. So we get on the helicopters, and the next thing you know, the other helicopter broke down. So now we only have one. So we're sitting in our seats, and so the other helicopter, there's no more seats left. They had to sit on the floor. So we launched, and we're like, right before we launched, they told all of us that were sitting, they were like, this is a drill. And we were like, oh, cool, okay. Nobody told the guys on the second helicopter it was a drill. We're not all talking to each other because we're just sitting there like, this is stupid. I don't want to do this. Like, we're just going to fly around for nothing. So we end up flying to the presidential palace. And I don't know, like, the specifics of everything that happened. I think somebody took a shot at us. I don't know. I saw dust kick up. That's all I saw from my seat. My buddy Brad had a saw, the 240 machine gun, and ran and tripped off the back of the helicopter and smacked the ground. So the saw, I told you, it's a piece of shit. It smacks into the ground and lets off a burst, right? So everybody in there is like, dude, we're in it. Like, we're getting shot at. So we had this other guy, Rodriguez. He fired off like a bunch of shots too. So we get off and we're in this like 360 perimeter and we don't see anybody firing at us. So we're like kind of like, okay, let's try to figure out what's going on. My sniper rifle had, they took out the burst, the 3-round burst, and it's full auto. I'm not supposed to fire it on full auto. But I was like, I got this thing on full auto and there's a bunch of dudes up top. And I was like, I'm just going to go right down the line, like shoulder that thing hard and just let it rip. So I got it ready to go, and I hear my buddy Nick. He yells, "Backblast area all secure." That means he's got a rocket getting ready to fire it, right? And they're like, "No, ceasefire, ceasefire." And we're like, what just happened? So then we're all replaying it, and they were like, "Guys, this was a drill." We're like, what? So it was so bad, it got to President Bush, and they had to evacuate the president of Afghanistan because a group of Marines were shooting up his presidential palace.
Oh my god!
It got so bad. We flew back to Bagram, and they were all like, "Take your helmets off." We called them Kevlars, and we had to take them off, and they had to round count everybody. Strip all your magazines and start counting. We need to know who fired and how many.
No kidding.
And we were like, dude, we're in deep shit on this one. Like that was bad.
Yikes!
Yeah.
Luckily, you didn't let it
I know,
rip.
dude. He had that thing aimed at a CIA Humvee. Like he was getting ready to just let this thing go, and it was like, no, ceasefire, ceasefire.
Oh my
Like
goodness!
he had that thing ready. Wow, it was crazy. Yeah.
Thankfully, nobody was hurt.
I know.
You guys were so ready that
Like,
you almost
like too ready.
yeah. Wow.
So yeah, so after that, we went into the spring offensive. We did like a couple other stuff, like observation posts and stuff like that. So around like I went to Asadabad, Jalalabad. That was on missions of like I think Taliban taking over the dam or something. We were there to like defend it, but like not a whole lot happened. We had rockets shot at us like every now and again, but it wasn't much. And then when the spring offensive started, that's when we were to link up with a special forces group, and they had paid a guy to vacate his house. It's pretty much how they do it. Like, here's the money, you got to go. And we built the house up and fortified it, and we just ran patrols all the time. And it was just going after like every like Taliban guy that we could find. But yeah, that was a lot. Tons of patrols, tons of weapons found, RPGs, old Russian grenades, like all types of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you say you built a house up, like you guys actually like built it bigger?
Yeah, fortified it. So you take it's called like HESCO barrier. It's like a silver, like it's like a big box that's silver like wire with like a burlap kind of thing in there, like a tough material, and you got to fill it with dirt, and you stack it so high. So if they shoot at you, it hits the wall, or it hits like RPGs. It'll take RPG impacts and stuff like that. So it'll save you.
No kidding.
So what the Green Berets do is they will hire like the local people and pay them, and it sort of gives like they earn our trust and we earn theirs, but we can also ask them like, hey, like, do you know anything about the RPG that was just shot at us from up there 2 days ago? And like they'll be like, oh yeah, like, and tell you whatever, or you could pay them. But most of the time, if you paid them, they would talk. They would tell you.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, is that like money out of your pocket, or
It's the special forces guys. They all deal with that stuff.
Gotcha,
Yeah.
gotcha.
We don't carry cash.
Yeah.
They do.
Uh-huh.
And they'll pay.
I've heard that, and I'm like, well, is it out of their pocket? How does that work?
Yeah.
How they is like able to do that?
Yeah.
You know, but I don't know.
Yeah. So like from there, that house that we built, we have observation posts. So the observation post, there was, I think there was 2 of them, but they're high up in the mountain, and you got to walk up there, and you basically hide and watch your base. So if they shoot rockets, you can tell them direction and distance of where the rockets came from, and they can send patrols out to go get them. So it was pretty scary because you're up on this mountain and there is no cover. Like, you have no security. Like, they could ambush you at any point and you can't really defend yourself. There was like 6 of us up there. So they started bringing up like claymores and stuff like that. And we would set up claymores, and then eventually we got like HESCO little barriers up there to make like a bunker and stuff like that. We did not get attacked on ours, but the other one did.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it was wild. We woke up one day and all the Afghan special forces guys didn't show up to work. So we're like, okay, that's not good. Like something's going on. That night, we heard rumblings on the radio, like that there was going to be an attack. Like you can listen to, they used radios, handheld radios. You can listen to them. And our interpreters would tell them like, yeah, they're getting ready to attack, whatever. And they did. And the crazy thing was, on that observation post, my buddy Nick was up there. Nick and I were very close. He was up there, and they had barbed wire, like C-wire that they had put around and put claymores everywhere. Nick was saying that they went up and clipped all the wire, knowing exactly where to clip it so that they could get through to them.
No kidding.
Like, and it's like, you only know who can do that. The special forces dudes, the Afghan dudes. Nick luckily clacked off a claymore in front of a guy and wiped him out, and then they wiped out a couple others. And I was down on the main base at the house, standing up on like a HESCO barrier with my sniper rifle, just watching. Like, it was like a bunch of like poppy fields, but you're like, I'm trying to see like if they're any moving. Are they crawling, or are they coming at us or what? But they didn't come at us.
Wow.
Right after that, I got put on post and guard duty, like around the camp. And there was a guy that came in through the front. He's like screaming. Car comes flying down the driveway. I'm like, do they have an IED, or like, what are they going to do? Like a suicide bomber or what? And I didn't shoot at him, but I'm watching him and like trying to figure out like what's going on. There's kids in the car, all that stuff. I'm like, something's weird. They popped the trunk. This dude got shot in the ass, and it had come out above, like near his back. And I'm looking at the hole, and I'm like, that was one of ours. That dude was up there on the mountain trying to kill my friends. And I'm looking at it like, that is, their story was, he came like a couple hours later, and their story was somebody broke into his house and shot him. And I'm like, everybody here has AKs. That's not 7.62 or 308, whatever you want to call it. And no. So the special forces medics were trying to work on him, and he ended up dying. But It was like, yeah, our rounds tumble when they go in you, and obviously that one did.
No kidding.
But it was like, that's nuts. Like,
how's that work if you was in range, and do you have to get orders to be able to fire on them? Like,
So
you have to call in and be like, hey, I have this guy, blah, blah, blah.
that was the problem that we had in Iraq. Our rules of engagement for Afghanistan was, if we felt threatened, we could shoot. Like, it was very, I wouldn't say it was loose. Like, we knew a good shoot or a not good shoot, like what to do. That one, it could have been considered a good shoot. Mm-hmm. There was a guy's, one of the other platoons was on patrol, and there was a guy that ran up and grabbed the muzzle of one of the Marines' M16s. There's a way that we know through like martial arts training and stuff like that, how to get him off. And he got him to let go, and the Marine shot him in the face. And it's like that quick. And It's like, that's considered a good shoot. He tried to steal your gun. Mm-hmm. Like, you can't let him do that. But yeah. The rules of engagement for Afghanistan was way, it was much better. Yeah. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's why I was curious. I don't know how that stuff works, but I mean, they put you over there, so it's like,
yeah,
you got to be able to do something to defend yourself.
And they go through it with you, and you train over it and stuff like that. Like, there was one, we were doing tower security at Bagram, and this kid comes up and just points a gun at me. And I flip the safety off, and I'm getting ready to squeeze one off. And he's like, Mr. Plastic, and starts banging on it. It was a plastic AK.
But why would somebody do that?
I was like, buddy, don't do that. He's like, I'm sorry. I was like, don't do that. Some of these kids will come up with Russian pistols and try to sell them to you. Real ones. 9-year-olds coming up with, here, mister, $50. You want it? Wow. And so it's like, you don't know what's real or fake, and I don't want to find out. Like, I don't want to shoot a kid either, but
right.
What are you going to do?
That's insane.
Yeah.
Wow.
But, yeah. So that, all that stuff went through, and then, yeah.
That's just mind-numbing.
It's crazy.
To have to think about defending yourself, and you hear about, bombers, and nobody cares, and they're just doing whatever. It took me a second to process that.
Yeah.
That is
there was
wild.
Another time we were on guarding towers, and kids would throw rocks at your towers. It's not the end of the world, but the problem is, are they trying to distract you from something else that's going to happen? Mm-hmm. You don't know. and you don't want to find out. So they gave us shotguns with bean bags, less than lethal. And this kid's just heaving rocks at my tower. And I was with a corporal, and he was a machine gunner. And I was like, I'm going to let him have it. And he's like, do it. So the kid threw a rock, and I grabbed that thing just real quick, let it off, and hit the kid right in the chest. And the kid goes down. He's like looking at me freaked out like I just shot him. I did, but with a beanbag. Mm-hmm. And he was probably about like 12, 13 years old. And the next day he came back, and I was like, hey, let me see it. And he like pulls his shirt up, and it was just a massive welt. And I was like, did you learn your lesson? He's like, yes, sir. I was like, okay,
Yeah.
don't do that. But, yeah. But it's like, you never know. Yeah. You never know.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So we, after that, trying to think, we did like tons of missions over there. Lots of ammo. We uncovered that. RPGs. We're watching out for landmines and stuff, and just going through the motions of it. We went through the whole thing, and I think we came home in May. Yeah, it was May. And then once you get home, you get like 30 days off, and then we go home, whatever. Go like see your friends, and then you come back, and then as soon as you get back, you get orders again. You're going back over. And this one was it was called a MU, Marine Expeditionary Unit. So every day of every single day throughout the entire year, there's a group of Marines that are overseas in a strike force that's like a carrier, a sub, like all this stuff. And they are mobile where they can go anywhere in the world where they need to go. So what they're doing is if there's like embassy evacuations, there's a war, there's like, even if you're delivering like medical supplies or something, like an earthquake or something else where you could deliver like food, or you could also do like down pilots. If we have a pilot that crashed, like you're trained to go get them and all that stuff. So it's our turn where the West Coast does 3 and then we do 3, and you just keep switching back and forth. So we were on the 26th MU, and we were doing a training workup and stuff for that. So as soon as we got back, it was basically just start training.
Wow.
Yeah. And that was a lot, because it's like you're in it's an element that can do so much that it's like you have to learn all of it, like helicopter raids, or like that's where I saw tech. Mm-hmm. Like I'm doing helicopter raids and stuff like that.
Yeah. At any point are you sitting there in your mind just like, man, I'm just checking days off? Just 4 years. 4 years. Come on. You know?
Because deployments are tough. The first one was it was good because the 1-2 guys were with us, so it was like I felt good about it and all that. And then this one, it was more like I didn't know what to expect. They pretty much said to watch like what the previous MU did. Those guys went into Fallujah, but I was like, that battle had already ended, so I don't think we're doing that. But this was more like when you're overseas for 6 months at a time, like you're missing everything back home. There's guys that their wives had kids. They lost parents, they lost friends, and even little stuff where it's like you see like previews to a movie and you're like, man, I want to see that movie. I can't. I'll be overseas. And then by the time you come back, it's like all your friends are like, oh man, we've already seen that. Like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You miss out on a lot.
Yeah, and I imagine even like little things like technology too, because I imagine do you have phones over there?
No.
All right,
no
so
phones.
you come back and you're like, damn, dude, the iPhone 7's out?
Yeah.
Like, holy cow, this is crazy technology.
Yeah.
You guys have been doing this the whole time?
I had a iPod.
Oh,
That's
okay.
all I had.
All right.
And I would just listen to music and stuff. But yeah.
That is wild to think.
Yeah. Yeah. So we did that. That was hilarious because we were doing helicopter raids where we're launching and doing like either raiding like a village or something else. So
That's a training mission?
yeah, it's all training. Okay. And then so what you'll do is you'll like practice and practice and practice, and then they have like the evolution, like, okay, it's go time. Here we go. So we were working to it. We were supposed to raid this it was AP Hill in Virginia, and Staff Sergeant Y had gone on to another platoon, but like he still knew us as like second platoon, like very stop by, see us all the time. We had this other dude, a staff sergeant. This guy was like dumb as bricks. I mean, stupid. He was just off in the head. He was weird. So we're doing this like helicopter training workup stuff, and they decide that they're going to give out microphones headsets to the team leaders and the squad leaders. So it's so that we can communicate with each other within like our squad or whatever we need to do to make it easier. So we're not like yelling all the time and stuff like that, you know? So they give it to me and I put this headset on and it's got this like mesh thing over the top and then the microphone. And then right on my flak jacket, my bulletproof, like my vest, there's like the push to talk thing. And I'm like, dude, this is stupid. So I'm cracking jokes with my buddies. I didn't know that everybody had theirs on. Like, platoon sergeants, company commander, company first sergeant, and I put mine on and I pushed it and I was like, welcome to McDonald's, can I take your order? Everyone that had a microphone on, like all like the team leaders and squad leaders bust out laughing. And I hear Staff Sergeant Y get on, he's like, get in here now. And I was like, oh dude, I didn't know they all had theirs on. So I walk in and that's all the staff NCOs, staff sergeants, gunny, all that. I walked in, I opened that door, all their eyes like went at me. And I was like, oh, I am so screwed. So at the time I had my helmet on and Staff Sergeant Y didn't have his, he was holding it. And he was like, you ever hear two turtles fuck? And I was like, maybe once or twice on the Discovery Channel, Staff Sergeant. And he took his helmet and just wham on mine, instant headache. He's like, don't do that again. So I was like, I know this isn't the end of it. Like, I'm getting it worse. So I come back and everybody's dying laughing. They're like, you idiot. So part of the raid was they would make us put camouflage paint on, right? It comes in like a little case. It's got a mirror and then it's got black, green, and brown. And normally what I would do, because I hated it so much and it's really hard to get off your face, I would just take 3 fingers, swipe it, and then just go like that and be like, I got it on. Like, whatever. I'm not putting this stuff on. Staff Sergeant Y walks in. So I did this and he's like, you need more. And I was like, oh. So I go that side. He's like, I can still see your eyelids. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. So now I'm just rubbing it in my eyelids. He's like going through everything. I can see your lips. I'm like, I had it covered on my face. And he's like, I can still see your ears. And now I'm rubbing it in my ears. I had it on my neck. Like that stuff, I could not get it off. Like there's a neck protector on your flak jacket. I couldn't get it off. Oh, like that stuff was on for like years. Like it did not come off. So everybody's laughing like, oh dude, good luck getting that off. Like it was in there for a while trying to like get it out of my ears and everything. It was awful.
All because of a comment.
Yeah. Yeah.
So learned your lesson?
Oh, I was like, I am not getting on that radio again.
Did you have to end up wearing them for a while, or was it become mandatory?
Yeah, actually, they worked out really well because a lot of the things that you're doing, it's so loud that you need that individual like communication, like with your squad leader or other team leaders, like who's going where and what and all that stuff. So we ended up using them all the way through. We did it through the MEU, and then we used them again in Iraq too. In Iraq, we had them, even like the turret gunners, we had more of them so that we could all communicate like with each other. It was so much easier.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, it definitely works.
Yeah. Even just this setup here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, I can only imagine how much nicer it is to block out the outside noise and be tuned in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then, so we like did all that stuff. Like the staff sergeant that we had, the platoon sergeant, like he was just a total dummy. We fly to AP Hill in Virginia, and the thing was, they put green chemical sticks, like the glow sticks, you crack them. Mm-hmm. We use them all the time for all types of stuff. And they said any door with a green glow stick, you can't kick the door in. Like that's out of play. This dude told us to kick every green door in, and we're like, Staff Sergeant, they told us not to do that. He's like, if you're not going to do it, I'll do it. And he's kicking doors in. And then they're like, who's the dummy that kicked all the doors in with the green chemical sticks? And we're just like, it's our platoon sergeant.
Yikes.
He's a moron.
Blind leading the blind? Yikes.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Did he ever get replaced?
After that deployment, he did.
You ever wonder how people like that get in this position?
I always wonder.
How?
It's like, how did you make it this far? You're a staff sergeant. But in the Marine Corps, though, you get to a certain level. When you're a staff sergeant, you have a certain amount of time to pick up gunnery sergeant. And if you don't, you're gone. They don't want you. And I think he was sweating that time of like, like, I don't think I'm going to make it. But it was like, there's nothing you can do for the guy. It's like, what do you do? Yeah. How do you even get here?
Yeah, that's what I think about.
Right.
Who let you be here?
Right. Yeah.
When the people under you are like, hey, we're not doing that.
Yeah.
It's like,
there's times like
sign.
we would do field ops and he would be like, "Hey, come cover me. I gotta piss." And we're like, "Staff Sergeant, the training doesn't start until like noon. It's like 9 a.m." He's like, "I don't give a damn. Cover me. What am I covering you for? There's nobody out here. What are you doing?" And it's like just the weirdest. Like he was just bizarre.
Yikes.
Very bizarre. He adopted him and his wife adopted an Asian kid, and the joke was like, does he even know the kid's like his? But it was yeah. After that deployment, he was gone. But there we went to Spain. We went across the Atlantic and then went to Spain. We were in Greece for a little while, Israel. We were in Africa for like 2 months. That was more like a show of force. Like they were smuggling weapons and stuff through the Horn of Africa. So we were just there as like a show of force.
Okay.
And then we would, I was in Djibouti for like a couple weeks, and then we went to Ethiopia, and we were there for like a month and a half.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you're exposed to all those different landscapes and different.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're there, are you on little bases, mini
This
bases?
was
or how does that
a
work?
Ethiopian military base.
Okay, but
Yeah.
you're not exposed to like the civilian life or anything like that.
No, except for me and Lee were out on a run one time, and we're running, and we go up this like little hill, and this dude just comes out of nowhere, running at us with an AK, with his hands waving, and we're like, we're not armed. What do we do? And the guy in like broken English was sort of like, "There's Somalis down there. It's a Somali village." And we looked, and we're like, "Oh damn, okay." So this guy saved us. So we just hightailed it back.
Yikes.
Yeah. Oh, I got another one I forgot. Afghanistan. The weird stuff that was going on there. So we're at that house that we were staying at, where like the observation post got attacked and all that stuff. So there was a night that we heard on the radio there was a friendlies coming in. Don't shoot them. So I'm on guard duty, and I'm like, okay, well, I see them. It's like a group of them, like maybe like 12, 13, somewhere in there, 15 maybe. And they're coming in, and they're all in Afghan like attire with some of them had baseball hats, some of them had like just Afghan hats. They had AKs. One of them had like the old M79 grenade launcher from like Vietnam. And I'm like, who are these guys?
And they're friendly?
Yeah, they're supposed to be. So I'm like, you guys got this right? They're friendlies? And they're like, yeah. And okay. So we let them in. And so they come in, and I'm walking past one of them, and he's got a hat on of my high school colors and logo. It looks almost identical. And I'm looking at him, and I point to him, and I'm like, your hat, good. And he just shakes his head, and I was like, your hat, I like it. Perfect English. He's like, what about my hat? And I was like, what? And he's like, what about my hat? And I was like, it looks like my high school colors in the logo. Like I went to Algonquin High School. It was an A on it. And so he like looks at me, and he's like, where'd you go to high school? And I was like, just a small town in Massachusetts. He's like, yeah, where? And I was like, Northborough. He's like, dude, I went to Bill Ricca near Boston. We played you guys in football all the time. I'm like, what? Who are you? And he's like, oh, I asked him, I was like, who are you with? And he was like, OGA. And I didn't know what it was. And I was like, oh, cool. Like, whatever.
That's crazy.
So I go to my squad leader, and I was like, hey, what is OGA? He's like, other government agencies. That means you don't need to know about it. And I was like, oh, okay. And he's like, is that who they're with? And I said, that's what he told me. And he's like, yeah. He's like, you don't know who they are. And to this day, I have no idea who they were. They could have been Delta. They could have been, I have no clue.
That's
no
wild.
clue.
So they were friendly.
They were American. Yeah.
Wow.
And you would never know. They had beards, everything. You would never know. Crazy.
Well, I've heard stories like that, on other podcasts or books,
Yeah.
and I'm like, man, like you hear like a Saving Aziz or whatever. I've
Yeah.
listened to that whole book.
There's weird stuff that goes on
They've
overseas.
done some gnarly stuff to save some people, man.
Yeah.
So that's crazy that you got to see that.
Yeah. Yeah, that was nuts.
Yeah. Got to be shocking though when he looks the part and then
he says it.
yeah, what?
What?
That's crazy,
Who are you?
dude.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Even that you just took the time to be like, who are you?
Right.
You know? But yeah, I don't know. It's very wild how compartmentalized it is. Like there's you guys, and then you have all the other stuff, and it's like you think you'd work more together, but at the same time, I get why they don't.
It gets like they always call it like the fog of war. Like there's so much movement and troop movement and stuff like that where it's like it's really hard.
It's wild though because you might have seen them out there, and I don't know. It just you can see where things can get caught in the crossfire too easily.
Yeah, there was a time in Iraq. We were on patrol at night and. I had the radio, and I hear that there's one of the A-10s is picking up troop movement, like 13 guys, and coming in for a gun run. And they gave the coordinates, and I'm like, that's fucking us. Like, holy shit. So I get on, and I'm like, no, friendlies. And I told all of them, I was like, dudes, every one of you we had infrared chem sticks too, chemical sticks. I was like, cut those things open and douse yourself in them because we were about to get lit up by our own guys. And they were like, okay. And we're all just cutting them open. Just,
no kidding.
Yeah. And it's like, it's that quick where it's like one wrong move. Like, yeah.
Wow.
But yeah, so we did the Mew, all that stuff. We did, like just basic like training and things like that. We got to go to Spain. We got like a week off there. We just partied for the whole week, like super hammered drunk, just wandering around Spain and Greece too. Yeah, we did it there.
Was it cool to see different parts of the country?
Yeah. Going through like the Suez Canal and all that stuff, and like just seeing like how different countries operate. Like in Spain at like 3:00, it's like ghost town.
Really?
Because they all take their siestas and they go take a nap. Yeah.
Wow.
So it's like
I've heard of that.
Yeah, it's so bizarre.
That's crazy. I mean, I just think about it like we always fantasize about other areas. Not fantasize, but like it's not easily affordable to go to these places on your own all the time. It's like you got to be on vacation and do all this coordination to do it. It's like you got to be cool to be there and be getting paid, knowing that you're checking days off. Like, oh yeah, and I was flown here. Yeah. So I'm not and experience it. So and many different places like Africa and all that. It's like
Africa was tons of fun. I mean, they had these mango milkshakes. I'll never forget them. Oh my God, the greatest thing ever.
Really?
You could get one of those and like a large cheese pizza for like $5. And it was awesome. We would go around town and we were not allowed, we didn't have Humvees or anything, but we had escorts that would drive us in like Toyota like Land Cruisers. And we had, they did not want us walking around with guns. Like it was just like introduce yourself to like the locals and all that stuff. But what we would do is take the guns and we would put them in like bags and stuff in the back of the trunk. So it was like if anything happened, and then they took the SAM guys, us, the sniper guys, they gave us 9mm pistols, and we would just tuck them in the front of our pants. So it was like if we get into it, like at least we can work our way out somehow. Yeah. But I mean, nobody ever did anything. There was one village that they started to like kind of come around too close, and the drivers all told them to like get back, and they did.
How does that work when you're traveling with the currency? Like, I mean, you guys...
They all take US dollars. They love it.
Okay.
Yeah. There was, we went to, I went to church in Africa. I've always like, you want to know what it's about, So we went to it, and I had to go to the bathroom. So I went to the bathroom. I took my 9mm out and I put it on the counter by the sink, and the priest walks in, like right. He walks in, looks at the gun. I look at the gun, smiled, put it back in my pants, and I just walked back out. I was like, that was probably the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me. But it's like totally different country. Yeah. Wow. Like we had these dogs that would roam our little camp in Africa, and they're looking for like mongoose and all this stuff, like the mongoose and hyenas. Like we would go to a local hospital and like support the people there because they got like attacked by hyenas. Like whatever you can do to like make their day better. We went to an orphanage, talked to the kids and all that stuff. So it's like more of like a humanitarian thing.
Wow.
But
I would have never known that.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you when you guys were talking about, or when you were talking about the camp in the mountains, if there's wildlife out there that's more dangerous than what you're actually doing.
There's wild horses that are out there. one of the machine gunners, I don't know anything about horses, right? Mm-hmm. One of the machine gunners was like, dude, I'm going to try to ride it. And we're like, okay, make sure you put your helmet on. Yeah. Like, we can't radio in like you got knocked out, like trying to ride a wild horse. I don't think he even got like on it all the way, and it kicked him off.
No doubt. They are not used to that type of thing.
So
That's crazy.
and there's like it's a lot of goat herders and all that stuff, and that's the part that scares you, because like you could get compromised, and it's like they know where you're at, and all they got to do is tell the people like, hey, they're up there. You can come in from the backside and attack them, and they will never know.
Well, you've heard about it too. I mean, I've heard stories like
Yeah.
that the goat herders are working with them. So
Yeah.
that's wild.
In Iraq, we had jammers in the Humvees that would jam cell phones. They were detonating IEDs with cell phones, and there was a goat herder, and he's just standing there trying to push the button. Well, it's jamming it. He can't blow it up. So after we go by, it blows up, and we're just smiling and waving to him, like just messing with him, like we know what you were trying to do. But yeah, it's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah. So after
Crazy.
that, we got back, and then right away we had our days off again, whatever, and then we started training for Iraq. We got orders to go there, and that was when a major shift had happened. So right around that time, our company gunny and company first sergeant that were with us the whole time, the badass guys, they were moving on to go somewhere else. So we were getting a new company gunny and a new company first sergeant. Then the platoon sergeants were all getting switched around. So we didn't have Staff Sergeant Y was still with us, but he wasn't my platoon sergeant. He was with another one. I don't know who he was with. And then we got a new platoon sergeant, and he, the day that I met him, I was a squad leader. Lee was a squad leader, and my buddy Chris was a squad leader. So what had happened was, I guess I got to go back and explain that. Right before that, Staff Sergeant Y called in Lee and myself to the office, and he was like, hey, look, first platoon does not have any senior guys except for Chris. My buddy Chris, I didn't know many guys in first platoon. I knew Chris because he was like a party guy, and I was a party guy too. Like he would get wasted all the time and crack open all of his chemical sticks and spray them all over his barracks room. And it's like there was one time he was the radio operator for his squad, and he was annihilated the night that we were like doing like a 10 or 12 mile march the next day. And you have to hydrate like crazy. He's like slam drunk. And we're like, Chris, you got a hike tomorrow. He's like, I'll make it that next day. Like you see the radio antenna like slowly moving back. and then he couldn't complete it. He like failed it, and like, he got messed up for that. Yeah. So I knew Chris. And then so they were like, yeah, you got to switch platoons. You're going from second to first. And me and Lee were like, what the fuck? I don't want to go. We don't have a choice. And the company gunny was like, he was like, as much as you don't like it, you have to do it. And he was like, but I understand. And Staff Sergeant Y was like, you two have to realize that second platoon is your home. It'll always be your home, but you got to do this. And we were like, okay. So me and Lee had to go to first platoon, and we had to pack up all of our stuff and then move in the barracks. The first floor is first platoon, second floor is second platoon, third is third platoon mixed with the weapons guys. So we have to move rooms completely. So we move in with Chris, and it was just, it was like you're learning all these new guys guys, even like some senior guys in first platoon. I've never worked with them. I could tell you, judging by a guy walks at night in second platoon, I know exactly who it is because you're with them all the time. So it's like now you got to learn a whole new set of guys, and it's like it's tough. And you only got 9 months, and then you're going back to war. So what do you do? So after that, we got a new platoon sergeant, and he comes walking over to meet us at the barracks, walks across from the company office to the barracks, comes around the corner, and I just bust out laughing. And he's like, "What are you laughing at?" And I was like, "I know you." And he's like, "You know me?" And I said, "Yes." And he's like, "Where do you know me from?" And I was like, in boot camp, they have a cycle where the drill instructors in training will come in and mess with recruits and yell at them and to like get them like fired up and stuff to like learn like what to do. He was a training drill instructor and was in my platoon.
No way.
And he's like, I was like 2041 Golf Company, and gave the dates. And he's like, I was a training drill instructor. I was like, I know, I remember you. You spit in my face. He's like, I didn't mean to. I was like, I know you didn't mean to. So we laughed about it. And he was like, that is bizarre.
Yeah.
Like, it's just how like full circle it is.
Yeah, it is crazy. I guess if you're in there long enough, you probably see even more chaos like that.
Yeah. So
It's so crazy. It's so big, but so small too.
very.
That's
yeah.
crazy.
It's like somebody said to my parents one time, like, does Jay know so-and-so? And my parents were like, there's like 75,000 Marines on Camp Lejeune. No. And he only knows last names. And even if that, like infantry is all the way over here, where like another like artillery can be like all the way across base. Like, and that's, I mean, yeah, it's about an hour and a half from where we were to like the back gate of Camp Lejeune. It's huge.
Wow.
So we meet him. We get a new platoon commander. He was pretty cool. And at the time, they were putting more guys into rooms in the barracks. Usually it was supposed to be 2 guys. Like you have a bunk bed in there, and then you both share a bathroom. And then you have like these like wall units where you like put all your stuff, and then wall lockers where like you put all your gear and stuff like that. So it was supposed to be 2 guys. So it's me, Lee, and Chris. So that's 3. And then they move another guy in there who had just come to us, who was doing stuff in Georgia. And his tour ended there, so he was coming here. So he's with us, and we don't like that guy. So we're like, there's 4 of us in a room that's supposed to house 2. This is stupid. So Chris came to me one day and was like, hey, I got this idea. We can get out of the barracks. And I was like, okay, how do you figure that? So he was like, we'll rent an apartment out in town and just not tell anybody. And I was like, Chris, you can't do that. And he's like, no, hear me out. Reveille is at 5:30 every morning. There's one window in the barracks where the curtains come down. At Reveille, you have to wake up and pull the blinds all the way up to make sure that you're awake. Your lights have to be on. Your squad leader can see it. Your team leader, your company gunny, whoever, they know you're awake. If we get there at 5 and all we have to do is stand outside and just wait and then just pull the blinds up and turn the lights on, it looks like we live there. They won't know anything. So I was like, all right, I mean, it sounds like a good plan. So he's like, his buddy, Brad and Marshall were going to go on it with us. It was 4 of us. So it was a 3-room apartment. Brad's girlfriend was going to move in, and Marshall and Chris were going to share the same room. And so we were like, yeah, let's do it. So at the time they have the Soldiers and Sailors Act where you can sign a lease, but if you're going overseas, you can terminate the lease with no problem. Mm-hmm. And they ask you before you go, who needs one? And you just raise your hand. They'll just give them to you, like cell phone, car, whatever. So Chris was like, we'll use the Soldiers and Sailors Act and then we'll get out. And I was like, sounds good to me. So they go sign the lease for the apartment. And so we're moving everything in, and it was just a like nonstop party at that place. We didn't tell anybody. Like some guys knew, and they would come over and like hang out with us on the weekends and stuff. But it was like, we're picking up like kegs on a Friday afternoon, and like, it was nuts. So
You got away with it?
Yeah, totally got away with it. Nobody knew about it. And so at the time I was doing a primary marksmanship instructor. I was going in through the course to be a primary marksmanship instructor. That's like the guy on boot camp that shows all the recruits how to shoot. So it's him, and then he's got a bunch of range coaches under him, and that's like how they train you in boot camp. So I was going through a course to do that, and at the end of the course, like a month or 2 later, I had to run the entire rifle range for my company to have them qualify. So that you do like your yearly qualifications. So at that time I was going through that stuff. So I wasn't near Chris or any of them. Like I was doing my own thing. This old like course I had to go to. So I met Ashley in, I think we got back from the MEU in September. Yeah, it was September. And then I met her in January. And then in July, we were supposed to go to Iraq, July of 2006. So I met her in January, and she came down to visit. Lee was dating her friend. So that's like how I knew them. And then KV was dating Lee's girlfriend, or was friends with, KV was dating Lee's girlfriend's friend. So that's how like they all knew each other. So she came down to visit, and then like we just hit it off like right away. And so that's when I was like, hey, this sounds nuts, but I'm not leaving until July. Like, do you want to move down to our apartment? And she was like, yeah. Her parents were like, absolutely not. My parents were like, no. And I was like, I mean, technically they can't tell me anything. I'm over 18. So she got in like everything with her family. She ends up moving in. So then it's just like full blown party all the time. So we go through the rifle range stuff, and yeah, that's the I was telling you earlier, like the NyQuil story. So like I'm sick as shit trying to like go through my course. I make it, and then it's like I'm trying to prep for like all like the qualification stuff coming up, and like I was awful. So I had what I thought was a bottle of Dayquil in my car, and I was sipping on it and realized like I was dozing off, and I'm like, what is going on? And I look down and it's NyQuil. I'm like, you idiot. So I'm like, how do you fix this? Like, I can't fail teaching all these guys this stuff. Like, my company first sergeant's looking at me, the company commander, like they're all like, he better, like, these guys have to perform. These guys, like, they're all going out at night too. So they're like drinking and having fun and like showing up hungover. And now I'm dozing off because I'm sick. So I went to the PX and I bought like a 12-pack of like Red Bull and just started chugging them. I don't know how I didn't, like, my heart didn't explode. It was like, oh. So yeah, we made it through. Everything was good. Everybody passed. Like, it was no issues. But some of those guys, it was like, dude, I can smell you from here. Like,
How many people do you have to get qualified to there?
200.
200 people?
Yeah, and everybody's looking at me, and it's like,
It's going to be a long day.
Yeah, that was a long day.
Well, luckily they passed.
Yeah.
Any fail?
No.
Nice.
There were some that were close, but it was like, I knew they could make it just because I knew who they were. And I knew, like, prior to it, like, just working with them from 2nd Platoon, where it was like, I know who they are.
Yeah. It's always under the gun, though. Like, you're, like, even, I mean, there's got to be some kind of humility, though, where you're like, hey, listen, you know, I know it's going to be a long day, whatever. Who was ever looking at you? You're like, dude, I was just dozing off.
Yeah.
I mean, there's got to be some kind of, like, well, I'm still here, but, you know, like any job, I would think.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I know that's high stakes, but it's like, you know.
But even still, it's like being, if you're not like out training, it's like you're in there either cleaning your gun, or sometimes you just have to sit in your room and wait for them to be like, okay, you're off work, whatever. But it's still, it's like, it's a regular day job, I guess, just with weird hours. But I mean, sometimes you could be up like all night and they'll give you like all day off or whatever. But it's, yeah, it's different. Like the training, you're training for like different things. So it's like, depending on like what your mission is overseas is how you're going to train and stuff like that. So like Iraq, when, so we got our new platoon sergeant, new platoon commander. He was pretty cool. And then we got the company first sergeant, company gunny. The company first sergeant was just came off the drill field in 8th and I. He wanted us to have uniform inspections every Monday morning, like of our like service, like Alphas or Charlies or like whatever, like tan shirt, green pants, whatever. And it's like, I haven't touched that stuff since like boot camp. I don't even know where half the shit is, because it was like, we don't wear it. We're infantry guys. We wear camis. We're dirty all the time. We smell bad. That's the way it is. And he wants all these inspections, and like everybody's failing him. Like I still had, I was a corporal at the time, and I still had my PFC chevron like on. Like I had to go buy new ones. Like my ribbon stack was not even close to what it was. It was like, it was awful. So we really did not care for him too much. And it was like, from a guy that wants to come into the infantry, it's like either mold into us, but we're not doing this like dress up Marine thing. Like that's not who we are. So it was really hard working with him. Very hard.
Did you guys get through it?
We did. There was a lot of talks with the company gunny. He was jacked, like, dude that was just like, he had our backs, but it was like, there's only so much he can do because the first sergeant outranks him. And then at that time we had a new, company commander, and I did not like him at all. He was always bragging about like how he was a former enlisted and now he's an officer and that he knows all about the enlisted. And it's like, but you don't. Like, I don't know when you were in, but things have probably changed. And then the company executive officer was my first lieutenant from Afghanistan. So I was comfortable with him. He was awesome. He was a badass. I liked him. Didn't like the company commander. My platoon sergeant, he was good, just trying to make the best of what he could do. But it was up to the squad leaders. And it was like, that's when it was tough. So we had the squad leaders in the second platoon was my good buddy Nick, and then a guy Steve, and there was another one that was decent. And then for us it was Chris was one, and then me, and then Lee, and then we had a sergeant come in from I think California. He was a sergeant, so they were like, "You're going to be his first team leader and try to like help him because he has no clue what he's doing." So I was like, "Okay." So we just train, get caught up to speed, try to get everybody on track. And then right before we went to California, we went there, I don't know how long we were there, but it's combined anti-arms exercise. It's just this massive event that they have where you're running through the Mojave Desert, just firing, shooting guns, running ranges all day, stuff like that to try to get you like ready for Iraq. And then they had this mock like village. They had like container ships with like wood, they would like work up the insides to make them like little houses and stuff like that.
Okay.
And so we would do like a lot of like town, like clearing training, stuff like that. Working with like tanks and everything. So,
wow.
Yeah.
It's gotta be fun to work with that kind of stuff, I would think.
It was, but it's like, I don't want to be here. Like, I want to be back home in my apartment slamming beers with like Ashley and my buddies. Like, you know what I mean? Like that, like, so she's at the apartment like by herself, and she's with Casey, Brad's girlfriend. So they were just like hanging out doing whatever. And like I had a phone, like I could text her and call her and stuff.
And you guys were in California?
Yeah, we're in California. Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
And I'll never forget it. So there was they hire like local actors to come in and to pretend to be like locals and stuff like that. And like some of them were like, they get on your nerves a little bit. And my buddy Nick, he was a squad leader in second platoon. Like during the MEU, whenever I was out in Spain, like, or Greece or whatever, like just getting hammered, it was like always me, Nick, and like a couple other guys. Like one time we got so banged up that the bill was like over $1,000 and we couldn't pay for it. And our buddy Steve was with us, and he's like, I got a credit card. And we're like, put it on it. So, I mean, he did it. And every time we got paid, we'd all have to give Steve like a little bit of money to like pay off his credit card. So Nick is, he's a squad leader in second platoon, and these people just kept going at him. And we have a thing called, it's a pyro, flare. And there's different colors. There's like a red, green, and then there's a white. And a white is like you shoot it, you take the cap off and smack it, and it shoots up. And then a parachute comes out and it like dangles down. So it lights up like illumination, right? So Nick just took one out and just aimed it right at one of the buildings and just, that thing went right through the window of one of the containers and burst into flames. We burnt like half the town down. He did. We got banned. They kicked us out. They were like, we're not doing this. Holy I don't even know to this day if we're even allowed back. But Nick burned that town down. They had stereo equipment in there. Nobody got hurt. Like, they were all gone. But, I mean, stereo equipment.
This is a legitimate fire.
Oh, it was, you could see it. Like, we were like a half a mile away at our, like, camp or whatever you want to call it. And you look down on the town, and it's in flames.
Oh, my God.
Flames.
And there was no repercussions for it?
They kicked us out. They were like, training is done, effective immediately, pack all your stuff. So we were like, okay. So we went back to the, there was like a main like hangar thing that we were staying at. We had to stay there for like 2 weeks before the planes would come and bring us back home.
No kidding.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're just like sitting like, this sucks. Like, we can't go anywhere. Like
2 weeks? Man. There was no, like, reprimand for that type of thing?
So
I mean, I imagine you damaged
we damaged a lot. The commanding officer, for some weird reason, had this like like infatuation with Nick. I don't know what it was. It was bizarre. It was like always like he could do no wrong. He's like the greatest Marine ever. I mean, don't get me wrong. Nick was really good at what he did. He was very good. But the battalion or the company commander like took it to like a different level. Like when Nick got corporal, he took his old chevrons of when he was a corporal and gave them to Nick. Like it was weird. Like that's you don't ever see that type of like relationship between like an officer and like a corporal. It was bizarre. So Nick was the one that did it, so obviously he gets away with it, and that's whatever.
Yeah, it's kind of good for you guys.
Yeah,
just being there.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
So so after that we're starting to get like into training more, and we're getting ready to go to Iraq, and the company commander was just going off on us about like rules of engagement and all this stuff, and like you better not shoot unless you know, and if you do, you're going to go to jail. Like I am going to charge you with murder if you shoot someone and it's not a good shoot. Then he started making up all this stupid stuff where it was pretty much like if a car is coming at you, you have to wave stop. Then you have to like fire a flare like towards his vehicle, and then you have to fire into the engine block, and then you have to fire into the windshield. And it's like at that point they've run me over. Like,
yeah, or they've just pulled a gun out and shot me.
Or detonated their car.
Yeah.
So it's like, and it was like everybody was like at that point all of us were like, I don't want to pull the trigger at all, because if I do, I'm going down for murder. And that's exactly what they're going to do. So it was all this, we were all just like mentally like prepared, but we're like these guys, like the older, like the company gunny had our back, but the company first sergeant didn't. The battalion or company commander, he did not. The battalion commander, I didn't know much about him. We never really talked or associated with them at all. You see him every now and again. But like even the executive officer, he can only do so much because the company commander is going to tell him, no, this is what we're doing. So we leave to go to Iraq, say goodbye to Ashley. And to be honest, like I told you, every deployment I just broke up with whoever I was dating. In this one, I was like, I can't do it. Like, I don't want to. Like, I care for her that much. So I was like, I'm not going to do it, and we'll see what happens. Hopefully she'll stick around. And it was funny because my drill instructors always told me, they were like, don't marry the one that sticks with you through boot camp. Marry the one that sticks with you through a deployment. Boot camp's 3 months. Deployments are 6. So I was like, all right, here we go. So my parents came down, they took my car, they drove Ashley back to Maryland, and then all said their goodbyes, and we got on the bus and we left. So we went back to Cherry Point, flew to Germany, and then from there, where do we go from there? I can't remember. Kuwait. We went to Kuwait for a couple days, and before you get in country, that's like whatever country you're going to, like when we were in Kyrgyzstan, they give you like a rundown of stuff going on, like watch out for this type of IED or that one or whatever, like, and you get like briefed into what's like the current situation going, because it constantly evolves. So we land in Kuwait, we get our brief. It was like the third time I've been to Kuwait, so I was like, I don't want to see this place anymore. This place sucks. So we get there, and then we get our brief, and then we fly into it was Takadam, Iraq, and then we flew from there into Camp Fallujah. Camp Fallujah, like that base was huge. Like you had to take a bus from where we were at all the way to the Morale, Welfare, Recreation Center. Like it's that you can't walk. Wow. It's far. This was another thing we didn't like with the company first sergeant. He wanted us to go on runs in our boots and trousers, like our pants, and then our like green shirts around camp. We have signs everywhere that says caution, sniper. There was a sniper working in that area, and he wants us to get in formation and go run around this camp. It's like, are you stupid? So the company gunny was like, no, we're not doing that. So that's when we were like, this guy he's nuts. Like, he does not know anything at all. So,
Was he there with you guys?
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So we, at that point, we had stayed, we were in these like little huts, almost like the ones that we were in Afghanistan, but these were like metal and they had like air conditioners in them. And then it had 2 bunk beds in each one, really small. And we stayed there for like a week, I think it was. And then from there, we went to, we pretty much like you get, you go over like all like your stuff that you're going to do, like your orders and all that stuff and like what you're looking for and things like that. And then our company went to it was an old Iraqi hotel and it was all fortified. The engineers like fortified it for us. And from there, we just ran operations out of there. So we got there in July, I think it was like July 24th, somewhere in there. And made it to the hotel. In the hotel, it's like a big like rectangle building. There was a staircase that like went all the way up through the middle. So if you go up to the first floor, like first platoon had one side, second had the other, then third, then fourth. And then we had interpreters and motor T guys and cooks with us too. So the place, it was pretty filled. So yeah, that's how we did that. And from there, it was just constant patrols, foot patrols. We were doing, we called them hunter-killer teams. We'd go out at night and try to ambush guys setting up IEDs and stuff like that.
Really? You're
So,
part of all that.
Yeah. So we
That's gnarly.
so we did. It was August 29th. I was on. We were doing vehicle checkpoints. So a lot of things that would happen was like there was a guy that was he was a local and he was beheading people. So we were trying to figure out who he is or looking for heads, as sick as it is. And there was the Iraqi police that would constantly lose their handguns that we would issue them. So now we're looking for handguns, and the Iraqi police were like super corrupt.
They were selling them
Oh, probably.
or giving them away.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. They just happened to
why was
lose
the
it.
U.S. military giving them?
I wish I could explain. It makes no sense to me, some of the stuff that was going on. And even at times, like, my guys were like, why are we here? And I'm like, I don't know.
Well, even
but this is
list,
the mission.
You talking about this active sniper and your guys saying, hey, go on a run. It's like,
I want to run. No. Let's
I
not.
don't know. It's like
Right.
saying that pan's hot, but touch it.
Right,
Like,
yeah.
no, dude.
Yeah, no, we're not doing this.
Oh,
No.
But it's like obvious.
Yeah.
What the heck?
Like, what is he
I
thinking?
don't understand that.
And it's like, this guy's in charge of us. He's the highest ranking enlisted guy, and this is what we get in a war zone.
Insane.
So it's like for example, like the old company gunny that we had, I told you, I heard his nickname was Buzzsaw. I don't know if the story is true or not, but I heard in Desert Storm, when that stuff was going on, that I know he was in, and he was in the infantry, and I heard that he jumped on a burning tank and just mowed down like a bunch of Iraqis.
Wow.
So I don't know how true it is, but everybody called him Buzzsaw. So it was like, you have that, now you've got this guy, and it's
Right.
like, the old one, he would ride around in Afghanistan, and he had one of those like old Broncos with like the camouflage like woodland pattern paint on it, but on the very front where his license plate was, he called it the Death Express, and it was just this hand like drawn like little license plate. So all of us, like, you see it like flying down, like coming towards your tower, and you're like, oh dude, the Death Express is coming, like just clean up everything real fast. Like, that was the kind of guy he was, and now we got this idiot.
Yeah. It's definitely a changing dynamic to
Yes.
the whole morale of the
All of it.
whole thing, though. Like, because then you're like, well, I have zero confidence in this. Like, it goes from
None.
being like, yeah, we got this, like you were talking about earlier, like no ifs, ands, or buts, to like, we might die because of our own
this
doing.
idiot.
Yeah.
So
Makes no sense.
August 29th, 2006, we're going out on, we were doing vehicle checkpoints, and it was a 4-truck convoy. My squad leader was in the first truck. I was in the third, and we would find like S turns, right? And what we would do is stop and set up the barbed wire and make them snake through it, and we could check the vehicles. Obviously, like, we orientate like one of the guns, like machine guns, like towards it in case someone tries to come at us. But we're basically just checking vehicles. So we go through the whole process. We're checking everything, and time to go. So we radio in. which way we're coming back. There was two ways in. That's it. So one way we did not want to go because we were like, we know that area is known for IEDs. Like they're all over. So we radio back. We're coming back the same way that we came in, and they were like, no. Helicopters are sensing heat in the ground, not far from you. It's an IED. You got to go the other way. So we were like, well, shit. Okay. Can't go that way. We have to go that way. So we load up. We had a 150 pound iron spike strip that we had that was on the front of my truck. And we load up. I'm driving. My fire team's in the truck. The turret gunner's up there. That's his first deployment. The guy in the passenger seat, that's his first deployment. And the guy behind me, that's his first deployment. So I'm the team leader of 3 guys that have never deployed before. And here we are. So we take off driving down the road. We come up to, it was a T-shaped intersection. And I'm looking and I'm like, holy crap. All the signs are there that there's an IED. I know it. The road was paved and then it turns to dirt. So they're placing them in the road. They're digging a hole in the dirt and placing them in there. There's a culvert that they were for water flow in this canal that they were getting ready to put in. And I was like, that's a key thing that they could use to target us. And then obviously the telephone poles was the biggest indicator. So what they'll do is they'll set the IED in the ground and they run the wire to where they want to hide, right? And all they have to do is touch positive and negative on a battery, and this will set off an IED. It could be anything. It could be artillery shells, it could be rockets, mortars, anything, and it'll set it off. So what they'll do is hide, and they watch the telephone poles, and they count. So the first truck passes, and they go 1, 2, 3. Second truck passes 1, 2, 3, and detonate it, and it should hit the third truck. So I'm riding third in the convoy, and I see it, and I look up to my machine gunner in the turret, and I yelled his name, and I was like, hey, Alex, put your head down. And I took my foot off the gas. As soon as I stepped on the gas, poof, it just went off. It was a massive IED that just barely missed us. It blew off the axle on the truck, a lot of innards of the engine and stuff. The spike strip was 150 yards out in the field. It was just gone. So it was weird. When it happened, it's it's not like a bang. It's more like a poof, but your body just shuts down. I just went out cold. And it was weird because it was it goes off. And I was my thing the whole time was I don't want to suffer in pain. If I'm going to go, I'm just going to go. And I just remember saying oh, I didn't feel anything. And then that was it. And then I woke up and the truck had stopped and was about to go down into the drainage ditch. And I was like, oh, damn. I look over, there's smoke everywhere. I'm like, we just hit a fucking IED. I got to get out of here because now we're targets. We're dead in the water. They could launch an ambush and kill us all. So I go to step on the gas and it's just oil just right out of it. And I'm like, we're not moving. So my squad leader, the stupid radios that we had, he's screaming in it. And I'm like, will you shut up? My head is killing me right now. He's like, you're alive. I was like, yes, just give me a minute. Let me figure something out. I'll radio. So Alex was in the turret and he was not moving. And the guy behind me was like, he's down. He's not moving. And I was like, do you see blood anywhere? He's like, no. I was like, then pull him in the truck. So he pulls him down and he was wrapped up in all these cords. So we end up cutting him out and I woke him up and I was like, we just hit a big one. He was like, yeah. So after that, you're totally demobilized. There's nothing you can do. So you have to get out of the truck. And that's where...
Did the other one stop?
Yeah. So the front 2 had stopped and then the back one obviously couldn't get past because the hole was so big. He had to navigate around, but we're all trying to figure out what's going to happen. Are they going to launch an ambush? Is there a secondary that we don't know about? Mm-hmm. You got to get out. So we would do it our 5, 10s, and 25s checks. So you sit there and you look for little indicators in the ground 5 yards out, 10 yards out, 20, 25. And we all did them. And obviously, like, we're like, ugh. And I was like, I don't see any. So we got out of the trucks. And then I was like, this is awesome. Like, oh, like we're all alive. Everybody's good. So one of the other team leaders, he came up to me and he was like, you good? I was like, yeah, but I need my picture in front of like the trucks. So I go in the front of the truck. I got like my thumbs up and like we snap a picture. And I was like, that was nuts. Like, and then right after that, it's like, you feel so sick. Like everything is like, oh, I think I'm going to throw up. You're so concussed.
I bet.
That it's like, yeah, you feel awful.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine. The truck's literally blown in
Oh
half.
yeah. So then it was funny. My sister-in-law sent me these mustard flavored like sourdough pretzel snacks or whatever, and I had them like in my pocket, and I was like, man, I feel kind of hungry, and so I'm like pulling them out, just like eating them, just watching the truck, like, what do we do now? So
It wasn't fire or anything?
no.
Wow.
So we had to we had those jammers that I was telling you about that were in there. We had to disable that, disable a couple other things, radios and stuff, just in case like we can't get it back. And then we had to call for a wrecker, and that came like an hour or two later. We're just like sitting there waiting.
You just leave the thing and just get
No,
another...
can't leave it, because if it falls in their hands.
Oh.
So
So is it a local company that comes to wrecker?
no, it's the Marines,
Oh,
Marine Corps.
okay.
Yeah, Camp
All right.
Fallujah. They can drive all the way out there with a wrecker and come
Okay.
pick it up, because we don't have a wrecker with us. It's just us
Mm-hmm.
out at this hotel. So we get all the way back, and I was the first one to get hit out of all of the company. Like literally, we got there in July, and like a month later, I got blown up. So I make it into back to the hotel. And we had to do concussion like protocol stuff, and they had to like see like how bad off we were. This was when at the time they were very, very worried about like 2 massive concussions back to back. You could go brain dead or die. So they were like, we need to like treat this. It's like very serious. So we're sitting there waiting for medical, and the medical officer, he brings us in, and he just does like basic. I'm going to name off like 3 fruits, like strawberry, banana, apple. What did I say first? And like all of us were like, we don't know. Like we had to go one at a time, but no clue. Like failed all of it. Had no idea. Like it was just like my ears are ringing, all that stuff. My head's all like headache. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what even fruit this guy just said. I'm like, I don't know, grape. Grape's not the option there. Corporal, you failed that test.
Oh, shit.
So I'm sitting there, and I come walking out, and my gunny's there, and company gunny, and I'm like, sorry, gunny, I ruined your Humvee. And he started laughing, and he's like, just glad you're alive. And I was like, but you know what's funny, gunny? I was like, my mom from day one told me I'm going to go deaf from listening to my music so loud. Meanwhile, I hit this bomb, and now I'm like half deaf.
It's amazing how robust those trucks are.
Crazy. They were up armored. Those doors, man, you had to lean into those things to pull them shut. But
Yeah. Well, I've seen
in
them.
Afghanistan, we were rolling around with just high back Humvees with sandbags on the floor. Like, hopefully we don't hit one, because it's like that's before all the up armor stuff.
Wow.
The problem was with the up armor, those trucks were so heavy. You like we'd be on like a long patrol. Excuse me.
You're fine.
We would have to pull over and pour water on everything to cool it down.
No kidding.
Some of them, the axles would just like it's so heavy. Wow. Yeah, and then they're putting turrets up there, and all that's like they're heavy.
Yeah. They weren't really powerful either. So
No.
It probably took
Yeah.
forever to get them moving.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, when I hit the IED, I didn't know it, but I talked to the team leader behind me, and he was like, dude, your truck came up off the ground. Like you were in the air. And I was like, I don't remember. I remember like my neck was really, really, really sore. Like it was really
like
sore.
compression from the...
Apparently, the guy next to me, he's like, Corporal, I thought you were dead. And I made a joke like, they can't kill me. And he just like started laughing. But he was like, your head was cranked all the way to the side. And he's like, and your jaw was just open. I was like, I don't remember any of that.
Wow.
I remember waking up. I don't remember any of that. Wow. Yeah. So like even to this day, I have nerve damage in my neck. And then I'll back up. This is even worse, which was like prior to Iraq, I was getting chest pains where it feels like I would have like a heart attack for like 10 seconds most. But it was enough where I would like stop and like curl over and like try to like just count until the pain stopped. So it would go on randomly here and there. And so I went to, it was funny. We went to the apartment and we showed up, and our corpsmen, so we have medics with us. They're not Marines, they're Navy, and they're Navy corpsmen. We just call them Doc. So I saw Doc, and he looks at us and he's like, what are you doing at these apartments? And we're like, what are you doing here? And he's like, my girlfriend lives there. And I was like, damn, dude, we live on the other side of you. He's like, you have an apartment here? We're like, don't tell anyone, but yeah. So Doc was over one night because we had, what were we doing? We were partying like crazy. We had to go somewhere the next morning, and we were like, we're going to be like totally hungover. So Doc was giving us IVs to get us like ready to go.
That's badass.
We had bar stools flipped over with IV bags hanging. So I had that episode and it happened, and I was like, oh, damn. And he's like, what's going on? And I was like, I get these like chest pains. And he's like, you got to get checked out. And I was like, I don't want to, because I want to go on this deployment. I don't want to skip it. And he's like, you have to get checked out. And I was like, fine. All right, I'll go. So Monday we went to the medical office, and he pretty much was like, nope, nothing's wrong with you. I was like, there is. Can I just get medicine or something? He was like, no, there's nothing wrong with you. So then he went to my platoon commander and told him that I was trying to get out of the deployment. My platoon commander came to me and was like, hey, what the fuck, man? You're trying to get out of the deployment? I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, the medical officer just came and talked to us. I'm like, what? I was like, no, I have these chest pains that hurt. Like, they're not going away. I just want medicine. He's like, yeah, that's what he's telling everyone. So I didn't trust this medical doctor at all.
That's not the same doc, right?
No. So this is like
convinced you to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
The medical doctor is an officer. He's like way higher up. He's like the company medical officer for that company.
Got it.
So each platoon has each squad has a corpsman, or platoon. Platoon has 2 corpsmen, and they rotate back and forth on patrol. Most of the time 3, if you could get them. So in Iraq, we had 3, 1 per squad. So the corpsman will go on patrol with us, but they kind of hang back like in the middle of the column that we're walking, and he'll hang around like the squad leader and the radio operator. So this medical officer was like pretty much like, no, he's trying to get out of it. So that, like, it really pissed me off, because it was like, I'm just asking for medicine or something to make it stop. So now I'm in this medical officer's thing, going through this concussion protocol stuff, and it's like, it's the same idiot. Like, I don't trust this guy. So we have this little like code between everybody where it's the less you say back home, the better. Like, if you talk to your wife, your girlfriend, your parents, whatever, like, everything's going good, there's nothing wrong, we're fine. Like, that whole, like, you don't want them to worry. So we always had that code, and like, if anything ever happened, we're like, hey, we're good, right? They're not going to call home, they're not going to do anything, like, no one's telling anybody anything. And so I went to my squad leader and I was like, hey, we're good, right? He's like, oh yeah, we're good, like, don't worry about it. I was like, cool, all right, like, everybody knows what happened, we're done, we're moving on. He comes up later and he's like, we're not good. I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, they're calling your house, your parents. I was like, fuck, why? He's like, because you are so concussed, you are awarded a Purple Heart. You have a grade 3 concussion, like, you are banged up. Okay, so where do we go from here? And he's like, here's the satellite phone. You got to call your parents. And I was like, okay. So I got the other guys, and I was like, guys, we're not good. Like, we got to call. So they're like, oh, okay. So you guys go first. I'll go last. I'm the senior guy in here. Junior guys always go first. Give them the phone. And I called my parents, and I told them, I was like, hey, look, I hit an IED today. And my mom's a preschool teacher, never cusses. She's like, son of a bitch. And I just started laughing, and I was like, I'm okay, Mom. Then she's like, were you wearing your earplugs? I said, no, Mom. Next time I'll tell them, don't blow me up. Let me put my earplugs in. She just starts laughing. And I was like, we're all good, Mom. Like, don't worry about it. Like, it happened. She's like, well, how are you feeling? I'm like, obviously, like, very sore. But all is good. So then I was like, I got to call Ashley and let her know, because obviously, like, she's going to find out. So I called her. I talked to her. I was like, I hit an IED, and she just like started bawling. And I was like, I'm fine. Like, everything is here. My body parts are here. I'm just sore. And I was like, but I'm good. I'm okay. So she's like, all right. So after that, we had to go to back to Camp Fallujah. They wanted us to go do medical evals to see, like, they wanted to put us on light duty. Like, we're not going back out for a little bit. They're scared of like everything going on, like a second blast. So they load us up into the trucks. They drove us to Camp Fallujah. We're under like medical evaluations and stuff. So one day, like 2 days in, I was like, I'm going to the MWR to go like respond to emails and stuff like that. So I get in the bus that takes me to the MWR, and I walk in the door, and no shit, Adam is there.
Wow.
And I look at him, and he's a sergeant, right? I'm a corporal. And I was like, dude, who'd you suck to get that rank? And everybody in there turned and looked like, are you, that corporal just said that. Adam busts out laughing. We give each other like a huge hug. And I was like, dude, I didn't even know you were here. He's like, I didn't know you were here. So we still had those like little like boxes that we stayed at. We just weren't like, we never went in them, like, unless we had to go back there for any reason. So we went back to mine, and we had like a little DVD player, and we were like watching movies and just like talking about like everything going on, like his boot camp and all that stuff. And yeah, it was
crazy,
nuts. Like, you're all the way across the world in Iraq, and you run into your buddy from back home.
Yeah.
Wow. Nuts.
That's crazy. Again, how it's so big but so small.
Yeah. And it's like everything lined up where it was like, I just happened to get blown up, and you make it back there, and he's standing right there. And it's like, holy crap. Wild.
That's wild. So, was it cool to reconnect and
Awesome.
learn about his?
It was awesome.
Yeah.
Him and I ended up having one of the same drill instructors, which was cool because we could like talk about like stuff he would do. Like, it was just like in talking about like back home and like how his parents are, or his brother, or like, yeah. But yeah, it was wild just seeing him right there. Yeah.
Man. Yeah, I can't imagine all of that. And then just knowing that you just had a near miss.
Yeah.
You know.
It was like feet away.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was that quick. So, after all that stuff happened, we went back like 10 days later. I was out like doing the same thing, just driving around and foot patrols and stuff like that. And, that's when like everything started to like go downhill. So what happens is normally the insurgents or whoever you're fighting, they're going to watch you for like a month, and they're going to see your patterns. What time do you wake up? What time do you go to the porta potty outside to go to the bathroom? They track everything. They watch you. How many times a day do they drive down that road, or what do they do over there? They stop for 10 minutes over there all the time. So they'll figure out a pattern, and that's when they start just attack. And that's when you have to like, okay, this is what they're doing. This is what we have to do. Let's bring tanks in. Let's bring more aircraft or stuff like that. So it was September. When was it? It was, I think, early September. Our battalion lost their first guy. I think he was in I think Echo. He could Echo or Fox, one of those. But again, like going back to like the main effort stuff that they were doing before, where like they grade like the companies. We were the main effort in Iraq, so it was like I knew going into it like it's going to be a fight. So he had died. I think it was an IED that hit underneath the truck and killed him. So I went to, at the time I was on Camp Fallujah, that's where they were doing like all like the ceremonial stuff of like anyone that died. So they were doing a memorial service for him. So I went to that. And then I went back to, so 10 days later I go back to the it's called a FOB, Foreign Operating Base. And we, same thing, just like doing convoys and foot patrols and stuff. And then September 24th, that was when we, 2nd Platoon lost Howard March. And he was shot sniper. Oh, shit. Yeah. And he was young too. He was from Buffalo, New York, and I remember like days before, like I was walking up like the stairwell, and then he was coming down, and I would always like mess with him, like, "Smile, March. It's a great day to be in the Marine Corps," like knowing it's like we're getting hosed, like this is not fun, and like would laugh and joke about it. And then it was like right after that, yeah, after he died, that's when the company commander went out to go take pictures of around where he died for photo ops, and the company first sergeant went with them, and the squad leader, I think it was Nick, was like, "They're not allowed to come back with us. Like, this is stupid. What are you doing? Like, you go in there and we'll like Mace, like the way that the officers work is like, we operate on we call it beans, bullets, bandages, bad guys, right? Do we need food? Do we need more ammo? Like, and it goes through that list, and that's what the officers are there for, coordinating, resupplies and all that type of stuff. But they shouldn't be out there like on foot patrol, especially like out there, because there's enough going on. We can't babysit them. So after that had happened, we had, it was in September again, that same month, and we were out doing foot patrol. I can't remember the day. It was right before March was killed, and it was like right after I gotten back there, and we were out on foot patrol, just walking, like looking for IEDs and stuff, and so we found one, and we traced the wire back. So we have the wire. We don't have the battery, but we got the wire, and we know that it can't go off because we have it. So I walk up and I find where it's buried. It's a 155 artillery shell, which is like huge. The one that got me was a 155 and a 152 artillery shell and a 125 millimeter rocket. The hole was 7 feet wide.
Are you serious?
And it was like 6 feet deep. Yeah.
7 feet wide?
It was huge. So that's 3 of those going off. So like I got super lucky. This is just a single like 155, but I mean, it's definitely enough. Like if you're on, like put it on the 50-yard line, like on a football field, like, and you're within like 25, 30 yards, like you were going to get hurt. So we found it, and we called in EOD, explosive ordnance, and these guys like roll up, like they're hilarious. Like they have no name or rank on them. Like we don't even know if they're like Army, Navy. They're like, "What's up, guys?" And we're like, "Oh, we found a bomb." And he's like, "Cool, let's go look." So cool. Yeah. So he gets out of his truck and he's like, "Where is it?" And I was like, "It's up there." And he's like, "All right." He's like, "Can you show me?" I was like, "Yeah." So I walk up there. So we make it, and like I don't want to make any like scene about it, just so that like if somebody's watching us, you know what I mean? Like, so we stop, and I was like, "Look at your feet." And he looks down, and I was like, "There it is." He's like, "Well, shit, dude. You know this? They could detonate it by remote." And I was like, "No, I didn't know that." And he's like, "Yeah." I was like, "My guy's got the wire." He's like, "No." So he's like, "Let's go." So we go back to his truck, and he opens the door and pulls out a shovel. And he's like, "You coming back?" I was like, "What?" Or he was like, "You're insane, dude, for walking up here." I was like, "I've gone back and forth a couple times. Like, hasn't gone off, so we're good." So, yeah, so we walk back to his truck. He pulls out a shovel. He's like, "You coming with me?" I'm like, "Hell no, I'm not going with you." He's like, "All right, I'll be right back." And he goes over there, gets down on his hands and knees, moves the dirt around, undoes the blasting cap, and just starts hacking with his shovel around the bomb. And then he just pulls it out and holds it. And he's like, "Oh, got it." And he starts walking back like towards the truck. I was like, "Dude, get away from me."
What?
You are nuts.
Wow.
Crazy.
That's crazy. So what? Once he pulled the blast cap, it couldn't go off.
Can't go off. No. Other ones that we found, they would do. Here was another one that an example that I did not like. We were my platoon was operating. We were waiting for a house to get built. So just like Afghanistan, pay them and they go. So what we were doing is we were going around at night and finding houses under construction, and we would like sneak in at night and stay there, and then stay there 1 day, 2, 3, don't set a pattern. and then you go off and find another one. So sometimes on foot patrols, what we're doing is looking for houses under construction so we can go in there at night. So one of the houses that we went into, we went to the local guy next door, just asking him, like, do you see anything weird going on? He's like, yeah, you guys drove over an IED. It's in the ground. And we're like, where? He pointed to it, showed us exactly where it was. Chris's squad went out, found the wire, traced it back to a water pump house. And we were like, oh, this is perfect. Like, we're going to get the dude. We'll call in a resupply, have them come out. The guy's going to run out and grab the wire, and we're just going to smoke him. And that's that. Like, it's done. So we called into the company commander. We told our lieutenant, our platoon commander, we were like, sir, here's what we got. He's like, yeah, I like that plan. So let's do it. So we're like, sure. We call into the company commander. He's like, nope, too much risk to troops. We're like, are you serious? Like, the point is to kill these people, not to let them keep planting bombs. And he was like, nope, call EOD. So we're like, oh. EOD comes out. They have a robot, and it's literally controlled by an Xbox controller, a white Xbox controller, and they drive the robot up with C4, and they put it on the bomb and detonate it. We're like, you got to be kidding me.
That's ridiculous.
Like, you're just letting these guys get away with it.
Yeah, there's so much shit though that, like,
it's awful.
It's, you can talk about the corruption for days, but
yeah,
that ain't no way.
Nope.
It's not gonna get anywhere. That's so frustrating. That was blatantly obvious. Gosh, it's frustrating.
Mm-hmm. So after we had done the we had found the IED, we were out just walking around waiting. Like, we have like an infill and an exfil time. So Chris's squad was coming to get us, but it was like in evening time. And I remember, like, we were waiting at the point we're supposed to get picked up in the Humvees, and I'm like looking out and I'm like, damn, that is like the coolest sunset I've ever seen in my life. Like, bright pink sky, like, that is wild. Chris's squad comes up. He's in the front truck, and I was in the back one, and he's like, hey buddy. I was like, hey. And I was like, You're our chariots. Can you bring us back home? And he's like, yeah. So we jump in the trucks, we drive through town, and we pull up to the front of the operating base, the hotel. And there was a barbed wire that you have to get out and you have to move it to drive the trucks in. It's so that if there's ever like a vehicle, like suicide bomber, like driving his car, the C-wire will wrap into the wheels and he can't get too far. So it's super lightweight. You just got to get out and move it. And so we pull up and we all stop, and Chris gets out, and mind you, I'm all the way in the back. And then there's like a 7-ton truck in the middle that has all the other guys in it, like, and our doc, he was in the truck too. So Chris gets out, and I hear this boom, and I'm like, oh God, like, what happened? So I'm sitting there, and I hear my squad leader yell, Corpsman up. So if you're ever talking with your doc, or you're like, hey doc, I need like a Band-Aid or whatever, doc, I think I busted my ankle. That's one thing. When you hear Corpsman up, something bad happened. And I was like, all right. So I got out. I ran from my truck to the 7-ton. The stupid ladder is on the back that you have to unclip and to let the ladder down. So I had to let the ladder down. I get Doc out, and we start running, and I notice Chris is on the ground. And I was like, oh shit, like, this is serious. I run up to him. Right next to the base was a hotel. All the lights were off. And I was like, we're about to get ambushed. I know it. Like, this is not good. Chris is on the ground. The lights are all out. They all obviously already knew what was going on. So I ran back. I told all the guys in the 7-ton, aim at that. If someone starts shooting, level the building. Everything that we got. I told the back guy, ran back to the back truck, and I was like, point your gun, machine gun, down the back. If anyone comes screaming down that road, just light them up. And he was like, roger that. So I run all the way back to Chris, and I see him, and he's on the ground just laying there. And I was like, Chris. And he was like, yeah. And I was like, you okay? He's like, yeah, I got blown up. I was like, I know you did, buddy. I was like, we're working on you. Like, just hang in there, okay? And he was like, yeah. And so I was like, don't go to sleep. And he was like, okay, because he's going to go into shock. He's going to fall asleep. We're already on borrowed time. Like, something like that. We call it the golden hour. You only have an hour to treat them. But every minute passes, it gets worse and worse. but we're literally right outside the gate. So I look at him, assess everything real quick. I see like his like right foot is like pretty much off. His left calf was like gashed open. And he looks at me and he's like, I think I'm missing some fingers. And I was like, let me see, buddy. And he like holds his hands up and his 2 fingers are gone. I think what happened was the barbed wire had just seared them completely off. No blood, nothing. It was just gone. So I'm like, shit. Okay. So I was like, Chris, don't go to sleep. I'll be right back. He's like, okay. Doc's trying to put tourniquets on him. I run all the way back to the truck. I grabbed the radio. I call it in. And I was like, we hit an IED. I need a medevac. And when I called in, like my call sign to the company call sign, like we all have call signs. The person that picked up the radio was Staff Sergeant Y. And when he picked up, it was like, whew, like
he's got you.
I'm good.
He's got you.
Yeah, he's got my back. I'm good. So I tell him, I was like, urgent surgical. He's got to go, like everything that's going on. And I was like, I got to go run back and check on him. So he's like, I'll get you working. QRF, the quick reaction force, is going to come out and like cordon off everything and all that. So I run all the way back to Chris and he's sleeping. And I'm like, Chris, wake up. And he's just out cold. And I'm like, Chris. So he wakes up and he's like, what? I was like, don't what me, stay awake. So he's like, okay. So one of the things I'd asked him was, when we had got the apartment, he went out one night. I don't know how it happened. He got loaded drunk and came back with a German Shepherd dog. And he named it Bud for Bud Light because all he drank was Bud Light and Crown. And like we woke up and we're like, whose dog is this? And Chris is like, I bought one by accident. So
he sounds like a good time.
Yeah. So I'm like, hey, how's Bud? He's like, I don't know. I got blown up. I was like, I know you did. Hang in there. Like, we're getting you out. Doc's working on it. He's like, okay. So we get him in. The medevac comes in, lands, sandbag goes right up into the propeller. That gets shut down. Okay. So now we're on like, someone didn't patrol like the parking lot to make sure all the trash and stuff was picked up. Just laziness. So now we got a downed helicopter and we got to transport him to another landing zone, and we're pretty much like on borrowed time. And it was just every second was like, please, please, please get there. So he ends up going. A couple hours later, we heard that he was losing his right leg. And I was like, oh, yeah, obviously, because his like foot was off. Like there's no, and they were like, they're trying to work on the left. And so I was like, hopefully like everything will work out. And so I didn't find out till later. He died like several times and they brought him back. And he ended up losing both legs above the knee. So he doesn't have, like, if it's below the knee, it's easier for them to walk, but his are above. So they're actually at the knee. And then his fingers, those never came back. He took shrapnel all up his like left arm. I didn't see any of it at the time, but apparently it did. But they actually had to sew his arm to his stomach and like flap over it like a skin graft. It's insane, like the work that they do. So now his arm is totally like back together, but it's just got like a little bubble. It's nuts.
That's crazy.
And his legs, they're like pretty much like it calculates how many steps per second he does, so his legs can like almost like walk for him. It's
no shit.
Insane.
So he has prosthetic legs?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's crazy. So so we had to pack up all his stuff and then obviously like send it back home. And it was like, that sucked.
That's
so
crazy.
He was at,
thank God he lived.
Yeah. So he was at, he went to Walter Reed in Bethesda back when it was Walter Reed before they like closed it all down. And Ashley was in Maryland too. So she was going and seeing him and like taking care of him and stuff. So it was like, wow. Yeah, it was good because it was like he had somebody there. His mom could only come down every now and again from like West Virginia, but Ashley was there pretty much every day.
That's so
like, just taking care of him. Yeah.
So
it was like, it was weird for me because it's like you see like I'm going through it over there and all that stuff, and she's seeing it and it's like that's exactly what I didn't want. You know what I mean? Like my job is affecting her.
Yeah.
She didn't ask for that.
What a trooper.
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah, I had no idea.
Time.
That's badass
Yeah.
too. Well, I can see where, you know, I mean, I've been around her a few times, and you can she carries herself well.
Oh, she's, yeah.
That's badass.
She's crazy. So after that, It was just back to patrolling, stuff like that. I was still having those like issues in my chest, but it amplified way more like after I got blown up. Like it hurt. So I had gone to them again, the medical officer, and I was like, "Sir, I am in a lot of pain." Like there was times that like we were on foot patrol and I'd just rip my flak jacket open and just bend over and be like, "Cover me for like a couple minutes." Like,
No shit.
I got to get myself back. And so I went to my squad leader and I was like, I don't want to put you guys at risk for all this stuff. Like I definitely, if we're in a firefight, I can't do anything. Like I'm immobile. I can't nothing. At the time I had a, I think it was a Mark 32. I don't know. It was a 6-round semi-automatic grenade launcher. And that's what I carried with my M16. So it's like, I'm supposed to be like fire superiority. Let's like start rocking grenades on these people. And I can't. Because I can't breathe. Went to the medical officer, nothing's wrong with you. I'm like, "Sir, there is something wrong." So they were like, "Okay, you have to go to Balad Air Base. We're going to fly you all the way across Iraq where there's like this medical team up there." So I went there, I got checked out, and they were like, "You have," I can't even say the name of it. It's like claustrocongitis or something. It's basically where like the cartilage is inflamed around my rib cage and my heart, and it's strain. It's like too much strain or trauma to my chest, and that's what's causing it. So I was like, okay, I don't know what to do. So I go all the way back, and they're like, "You're done. Like you can't go out." So I was like, okay. So I'll stay at the fob at the hotel, and I'll just do like mail and stuff like that and help out everything. And then that was October. That was in October, and then October 6th was when we lost a couple guys, and they had hit a. It was my good friend Brad, and Brad had hit. He was the team leader in the truck. It was a guy named Matt that was driving. Brad, John was in the back, the back driver's side. Jack, the interpreter, was in the back passenger, and then Steve was in the turret. And they hit the same place that was known for IEDs. The CO sent them down there, like, go do it, and they did. And they hit an IED packed with propane tanks, and it went off underneath. Matt was burned so bad they had to send him to a burn unit in Texas. Brad died there on the ground. Jack, the interpreter, was like pieces all over. And then Steve was missing. Nobody could find him. And then John was screaming, and he was still alive, and he ended up like dying right on the side of the road. Like it was awful. So
Man, that's terrible.
After that, we're trying to find out where's Steve. Like he's got to be around here somewhere. And I heard it was 2nd platoon, so it wasn't like it wasn't my like I wasn't on scene, but I heard that Navy SEALs, I guess, had found him like down in like a river, and he was like missing his leg, but everything else was intact. And we don't know, like, I don't know how he died, but yeah. So that one, yeah, we lost all them, and it was like Brad's was the worst because I was really close with Brad, and even on the Mew, he slept like right above me, like always talking to him all the time. But that was really hard. And then to go back and to see, like, I was in the mailroom working, and his wife had sent him a package, and I was like, oh God, I have to write return to sender and send it back home. And it's like, and you, at that point, I was like, I don't even know if she knows. Like, they could just be getting to her house now, knocking on the door.
That's
and it's
terrible,
like,
dude.
oh, it was awful.
Man, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So after that, we kept going, and Staff Sergeant Y always, he was like, we fight now, we grieve later. And it was like, yeah, like, let's go. Like, let's get him. After that, there was, they had done, the insurgents were testing us. They sent a guy through a checkpoint to run a checkpoint to see what we would do. And they went through the same BS, fire here, fire there. And one of the guys, Eric, on the machine gun, just unloaded on him and just annihilated the car. So the guy ends up dying. He's not armed. So they pull the patrol back, bring it back in, and the CO has them separated, and JAG lawyers are there trying to get statements from everybody of what happened to see if they could fry Eric for shooting him. And it's like, this is nuts.
That
like,
is
this is what we're
bullshit.
going through.
Yeah.
So after that, they had done, they were opening up like a little internet room where we could get like email and computers and like webcams, so we could like see like our like families and stuff back home. And so I was running that for a little while, and it was like they had like hours they wanted me to operate, and then they would like shut it down. And so there was one night I like heard this knock. It was like after hours. I was like sweeping the floors or something. I opened the door, and there's a gunny, company gunny, standing there, and he's like, "Hey, Boyd," and I was like, "Hey, Gunny," and he's like, "How are you?" I was like, "Good, Gunny. How are you?" And he's like, "Good." Then he's like, "How's Chris?" I was like, "Gunny." He's like, "Chris." Like, we don't call each other by our first names. And he did. And I was like, "He's good, Gunny." And then I told him, like, my girlfriend's there with him. And he's like, "Oh, good, okay." Then he was like, "You mind if I use the internet?" And I'm like, "Gunny, it's your internet center. It's not mine." And he's like, "Thanks." And like, super cool guy. Super cool.
That's cool.
So after that, we were just hanging out, just doing missions. First platoon's doing theirs, second's doing theirs. Third was at theirs didn't last too long. They had taken over a house, and they were taking sniper fire from one side of the building. So they were returning fire, and then they started taking it from the other side. So they split the squads, the platoon, and they sent some to one side, some to the other. What the insurgents were doing was to try to keep them engaged with the snipers, and they had a dump truck full of explosives driving down the main driveway. And this dude just, I don't know what happened. I guess he got nervous and he just clacked off too early and just boom. It was so loud. We were miles away, and I remember that ground shaking.
No shit.
No one got hurt. Wow. None. They had to, the Humvees got, huh?
I said, fuck those guys.
Yeah. Yeah. There was something about the guy was in pieces all over. So the insurgents were like, "We killed like a bunch of Marines." And so we were like, "No, you didn't." And we took a picture of a dog running off with like his femur, and we sent it to everybody. Like, they didn't kill any of us. Like, yeah, it's like a psychological game.
Yeah,
but it's
fuck
like,
those guys.
Yeah.
Dude, they got it.
So
At least there's a little bit of redemption.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
And they were doing a lot of like suicide bombings, and they would just detonate too early. Just I don't know why. But,
thank God.
yeah. So all those third platoon guys, like their base was like gone. All the like a lot of M16s were melted, trucks were melted. Like some of them I think were on fire. And then they all came back to the hotel. And then at that point, where was I? We had bought a house, and we used it it was a combat outpost, and we were staying there. And that's where that was right. Yeah, so I was at the hotel, and then I went with first platoon there to the house that we were at, and we were just running missions out of that. I wasn't. I was only just staying there, and I was like helping with like radios and stuff like that, and just checking on guys and everything. And there was one night the CO had decided that the barbed wire that we were moving to get in and out of the base, he was going to replace it with he called it a bike rack. It looked like a bike rack, but with like spikes. That thing was so heavy that it's like, now you're putting us more at risk, because now we have to lean into this thing to pull it out of the way, as opposed to the barbed wire, you just pull it and run. Mm-hmm. Chris got hit with I think it was a mortar that was in the ground, and that's what they got him with. But if he was any faster, he could have got away. But a bike rack, he could have been way worse. Mm-hmm. So he replaces all those. So we have one into our entrance, and I'm like, this is so stupid. Like, we are going to get smoked. One of our guys was running a convoy right past where Brad died, and they were on the way back on a resupply, and they hit an IED, and the team leader, his name is Rob. He was like pretty concussed, and we got him back. We're trying to like sternum rub him, like get him open, and then like he just like passed back out. So we're like, we got to get a medevac in here. So we call for one, and they're like, someone's got to go move the bike rack. And I'm like, there's a chicken coop right there. Someone's got to run up and grab this thing. And if the chicken coop hasn't been searched and someone's hiding in there, you're going to get smoked. So I was like, all right, I'm going. And I was like, I left my rifle. I was like, hold this, I'll be right back. And I just full sprint, made it down there. No, I did have my rifle. I slung it across my back, ran down, I grabbed this thing, and I'm trying to like yank it. It's not moving. I finally got it. They bring him in, and then we got a medevac out, and it's like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Like, this is progressively worse.
Sounds kind of productive.
Yeah. So after that, it was November, and that was when I was back at the hotel helping them with their stuff. I left like first platoon and all that and came back to help them. And then it was November 24th. My buddy Nick had come in. I was sleeping in like where first platoon is. He was in second. He came in and he was just like, hey, I'm going out for a little bit. And he's like, I'll be right back. Like, I was like, all right, buddy. I was like, love you. He's like, love you too. We give each other a hug. He's off. Like 20, 30 minutes later, my buddy Mikey comes in. He's like, dude, Nick just got shot. And I was like, fuck, where? And he's like, I don't know. It's all kind of coming in now. I was like, all right, where is he? And he's like, they're bringing him in. And he had taken a sniper shot to the throat. Yeah. He was moving the stupid bike rack.
Oh my
Yep.
God.
So at the Iraqi police station, what they were doing was searching for a car that was driving around because they knew the car was suspicious. They were trying to pull it over. The guy basically did the same thing as like the DC sniper. He shot like out of the trunk, like, and hit him. Yeah. So he's gone. And it's just like, that to me was like, holy crap. Like, that took a lot out of me.
So real.
Yeah, because
So
it's like
close.
it's your best friend.
Yeah.
It's like you're close. Chris is gone, super close to Chris. Brad's gone, Nick's gone, and it's like what happens now? So that was tough. I went to his memorial service on Camp Fallujah, and it was just like, it was awful. Yeah. So we go through all that, and then after that, let's see, December. Prior to that, I was slated to get out in February of 07. So I go in February 23rd of 03. I get out February 24th of 07, right? So they're going in July. But they're not getting back till February. But it takes like a month and a half to process getting checked out of the Marine Corps. You have to go through like all this stuff. Prior to Iraq, they told me, you're not going. You're going to another unit or something else, or like another job or whatever, like on base. It's like a temporary like job until you get out. So you have to go through these. It's separations and transition classes, basically, where it's like you go to it and they try to like brainwash everything that they've taught you and programmed into you to how to be a civilian, how to write a resume. Here's what you do if you need jobs or whatever. So I'm going to this thing, and it's like, I'm learning, like, they're saying like the instructor asked this lady, like, what's your name? And she's like, Gunnery Sergeant. And she's like, nope, it's not Gunnery Sergeant anymore. It's your first name. And she's like, oh, okay. So like, you're going through all this stuff and you're learning like your bank accounts and everything. Like you're out of a job. When you leave, you're out of a job. So I go through all that, and then like I finish it, and then they're like, oh, never mind, you're going. I'm like, okay, but how does this work? Like, I need that time to check out. So they're like, we're going to send you back in end of December. So you'll be back home in January. Then you have January and then half of February to check out, and you'll be done. So I was like, okay. Some of the other guys had done it too. Ryan chose to extend. He was with me. Burnett, he never deployed with us to Iraq. He just did the MEU, and then he went to another unit and then checked out after that. Burnett had been in longer than us. He had I think issues in boot camp, like medical wise or something. Copeland was getting out right after, and so was Lee, was getting out like right after we got back. So there was a few others that were getting out while we were on deployment. So each one they would ship back, like back home. So it was my turn to go, and the company first sergeant, he pretty much like, why don't you re-enlist? And at the time it was tax-free, like $32,000 that they would send to me. But I was like, I don't want that money. Like, I just want out at this point. I thought about maybe going back to like Paris Island to be like the marksmanship instructor. There were some intel guys that were like, like, why don't you come work for us? And it was like, I'm just tired of deploying. Like, I've done 3 tours. I've missed a year and a half of my life. I was literally awarded a Purple Heart on my 22nd birthday, like literally. And it's like, and I just want to go do something else. Like that, I'm tired. I'm done. So the company first sergeant was like, Corporal Boyd, I'm going to see you in Jacksonville at the IHOP, flipping pancakes brown side to brown side. And I was like, you know what, first sergeant, I'm going to have a smile on my face doing it. I was like, let me know how many you want. I'll hook you up. Fuck you, dude. Yeah. I am not re-enlisting. Yeah. No way. So they pretty much they were angry. I felt that they were angry that I was not. That it was like, you should be doing this. And it's like, no. So they were like, here's your orders. Good luck. And the truck is coming in at this time to truck you back to Camp Fallujah, which was odd because they took my rifle because they needed it there and all my equipment and stuff. And all I had was a bayonet. And I'm riding in the back of this 7-ton truck convoying back to Camp Fallujah, and I got this insurgent on the ground. They got him like flex cuffed with like a mask and stuff over. And I was like, man, like, I don't even have a rifle right now. Like, this is nuts. But it gets weirder. So I get back to Camp Fallujah and they're like, here's this guy. I can't remember. His last name was Schneider. That's all I know. And he was like one of like the headquarters guys. It turns out him and I were getting out on the same day. So we're flying back together. So we get back to Camp Fallujah and I meet him and he's like, what did they tell you? Like, how are we getting back? I'm like, they didn't tell me anything. He's like, so how do we get back? I'm like, I have no idea. What do we do? So I was like, well, how do we get here? So we went from, if you do it in reverse, we just have to leave Camp Fallujah and go to Kadam Air Base, not far. And then from there, we'll figure it out. So we go into like the flight operations and we're just like, begging them, like, can we get a flight out of here? And they were like, yeah, there's a Black Hawk coming in tonight. Like, you'll fly out on that to Kadam. I'm like, perfect. Sounds good. So the Black Hawk lands. The crew chief, this chick was probably like 5'3", and she comes running out. And I've got these 2 heavy packs. And she's like, come on, Corporal, we got to go now. Like, we can't be on the ground long. I'm like, yep. She's like, I'll grab your pack. And she goes to pick it up. It didn't budge. I was like, I felt bad for her. I was like, let me get it. She's like, no, I got it. We got to go. And she tries it again. She's like, can you get it? I was like, I got it. Let's go. So we load up, we fly out, we get to Kadam, same thing. Got to like, when's the next flight to Kuwait? Like, can you get us on it? And one of them was like, no, it's going to be a week. I was like, I don't have a week. I need to get to Kuwait. And like, we finally, we got to Kuwait, begged for flights, like finally made it home. Damn. Yeah.
So it's all on you to get back?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. You would think there'd be like a direct flight. Hey,
anything.
Here's your order. Thanks for your service. Love you guys. Like, give you this full send off. None of that.
So what's crazy was my parents were driving from Massachusetts to Camp Lejeune to go meet us at the airport. They drive past Baltimore. I was in Baltimore and they had just passed it.
No shit.
And I'm like begging them, like, please, like, can you get me, like, I need a flight to Jacksonville. And they were like, no, it's going to be a little bit. I'm like, please, I have to, like, just begging. So I finally get on a flight and I make it to Charlotte, North Carolina. That was like the main hub before you get onto the plane to fly to Jacksonville, because they were like little prop planes that you would fly into Jacksonville. And so I get off the plane. Me and Schneider have our camis on, our camouflage uniforms, which is like a massive no-no. Like, you don't wear those out in town. You'll never see Marines wearing them except for on a base. They consider it like a work uniform. Mm-hmm. If you're out in town, you should be in like your dress uniform or like civilian clothes.
That's how I've always seen it. I've never seen them wear those.
So we had ours on because that's all I had. And we came through off the airport and this like guy comes up to me. He's like, hey, Marine, come here. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, this is what you're going to call me out. Like, you're going to yell at me for this. So I go over to him. He's like, I'm Gunnery Sergeant so. And I was like, okay. And he's like, is that an authorized uniform? I was like, no. And he's like, why do you have it on? I was like, because I'm coming from Iraq. He's like, no, you're not. I was like, okay. I'm 2nd Battalion, 8th Marines, Golf Company. Call them. I was like, do you need a phone number? I can provide it for you. He's like, you better not wear that again in public. I was like, don't worry, I'm not. I'm getting out soon, so you won't see me in these ever
again.
Ever again.
That's crazy.
So we make it back home, saw my parents, all that stuff. My dad like gives me the envelope, I shred it, and it was just like, yep, I'm done. So after that, Ashley was there with me for a little bit, and then she was like, let's get out of here, like let's go to Florida, like go to Disney World or something, like you know, go experience something else. The guys are all still overseas. We'll come back and meet them like when they get back. So we do like go to Disney World. We make it in there, like right through the front gate, chest pain start. So I'm leaning over. So this lady comes up and she's like, are you okay? And Ashley's like, yeah, he's fine. He's having chest pains. And the lady's like, oh my God, like getting ready to call 911. I'm like, no, like, wait. So I like count to 10, 15, whatever. And I was like, I'm sorry. I was in the Marine Corps, or I'm in the Marine Corps. I got like hurt overseas, and it's nothing. It's nothing major. And she's like, you're not having a heart attack? I'm like, no, I'm fine. She's like, okay. I'm like, Ashley, don't tell people I'm having chest pains.
Yikes. That's crazy.
Don't say anything.
Dang. Was there ever anything major that came of it, or did you get it taken care of?
So the way that the VA told me was that they could either open it up and cut it out or just leave it. And I was like, I really don't trust the VA, so I'll just leave it.
So do you still have the pains?
It's every now and again. If I get like, when I was running a lot, I would get it then. Okay. I haven't ran in a while. Like obviously like my knees are all banged up, my back, my shoulders, like all that. But I haven't ran in a while, and I think a lot of running and just like smashing into it all the time probably was what caused it. Yeah. But it's whatever. Yeah. Could always be worse.
Dude, what a wild ride you lived.
Yeah. I mean, it was crazy.
That's nuts, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry to hear about all your buddies, man.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of those things. Like we knew the risk, and for us, it was always there was an old saying like, "There's a bullet with your name on it, and you can't avoid it."
I know.
And it's like, we all knew it was there. That was Nick got shot before that, and it hit his magazines, and it stopped it.
Oh shit.
There was another guy. He took his helmet off, scratched his head, put his helmet on, and ding, right in the head. It hit his night vision plate and went through the side of his helmet. Oh, and all he had was a tiny scratch on his. Yeah, I saw him at Camp Fallujah. I was like, what happened to your head? He's like, oh man, I got shot. I was like, in the head? He's like, yeah. I'm like, well, damn, dude. He's like, yeah, I got to call my girlfriend and tell her because they're obviously calling my house. And I was like, oh, I feel for you.
Crazy, dude.
Feel for you. Like, how do you explain that? Oh, I got shot in the head, but I'm good. Like.
Dude, it is nuts, and I'm glad that we got that out to hear, because I mean, and the crazy thing is as crazy as that is, there's so many other stories out there that just
everybody's got them.
Absurd, man. Mm-hmm. But the thing that blows my mind though is your higher up sergeant is just making things harder for you, and it's like you're already fighting the enemy. Like,
and now you're fighting him too.
How? And you're on the same side. Yeah. It doesn't make much sense to me. I don't know, man. I'm just thankful that you guys are back. You're back. And, we cross paths.
That little shift that happened, and it was like you knew something's going on. It's weird.
Yeah.
I don't get the decisions
and it just takes the wind out of your sails too, because like you went in there with confidence, like we got this, dude. And the next thing you know, things happen, things change, and you're like, damn, dude.
It was like when I left for Afghanistan, my dad, like last thing he said was like, keep your head down, and I was like, that's awesome advice, Dad, thanks, and laughed. And he's like, I didn't know what else to say. I was like, I mean, yeah,
what did you say, dude?
You're right.
You're looking at your kid's
going to war.
You know
and
what I
it's
mean?
Like, but at that point, it's like I'm so well trained. Like I got the 1-2 guys with me. Like nothing's gonna happen. Nothing.
Yeah,
I'm good. And then when Iraq, it was like now it's like a totally different set of circumstances, and it's like I don't know what's gonna happen. Like I have no clue. I remember you get $400,000 in life insurance if you die, and I was like, I'll give $300 to my parents and $100 to Ashley, and I was like, that's the way I'll do it. Like at least she'll have like something, like to help her down the road or whatever. But she was like pissed. She was like, no, I'm not taking it. But
really?
I was like, throw a party or something. Do something.
Go get therapy or something.
Yeah, like whatever you feel like doing.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Go do whatever. But yeah.
Wow. What a wild ride, man. And you said earlier that it's so badass. You named your second son after Nick.
Yeah.
Dude, that's...
And it means a lot to to me, but he also knows, like I've explained to him because we've gone to Arlington and he's seen like where Nick is buried and all that stuff. Like we just did the wreath laying this past winter, and like we went to his to like go see him, and like
It's
but
so
it's like,
badass.
it's crazy.
Yeah.
But it was yeah. So like my kids know like a lot of it, but it's like a lot of it they don't, and I just don't talk to them about it because it's like they're young.
Yeah, it was super killer. When we had a birthday party and Nick and Will were here, and Nick is out there. He's like, dude, check out that airplane flying, blah, blah, blah. It's this, and this. And he's giving me all these facts. And I'm like, brother, you're totally badass, dude. And I get it now that I've had more time to hang out with you, where he gets it, you know, on another level of like, you guys are going through and talking about things. It's directly related to your life. You know what I mean? So it's like, it makes sense now to
Even
me.
like Lee's kids, like they're the same way. We did a road trip down to Louisiana like a couple of years ago, and it was just like for them to see, like we call him Uncle Lee and it's Uncle Chris, because like we're all
your brothers.
Yeah. So like the kids, like they see it and they understand it, and it's like they see the connections now of like who these guys are and like how much like they mean to
100%.
us. Yeah,
Dude, that's amazing, man.
yeah.
Yeah, well, that's killer. Is you still good and hang out with Lee down in Louisiana?
Yeah, I see him every like couple years, but it's so far like down there that it's like, I mean, he's in the swamps. Like if you look up like Houma, Louisiana, he's down in that area.
Right.
Like swamp people. That's filmed down there.
Yeah,
Like that's like his like neighbors.
Hell
Like
yeah, dude.
they're all riding around in airboats and stuff. Like it's wild. That's a whole different world down there.
Nuts, dude.
But even like I still see Chris all the time.
Does he live here locally?
He actually just moved to Virginia, but
kidding.
he was living right by the Bay Bridge for a while.
Damn.
Yeah. He's doing great. 3 kids, married. Like,
Wow.
yeah. When he got his prosthetics, they were like under the circumstances, like, but would you ever want to be a certain height? And he was like, yeah, I've always wanted to be 6'1".
Hell
like,
yeah,
you're
dude.
6'1". He was the same height as me. So now I'm looking up to him. I'm like, dude, like I'm used to it now, but at first I'm like, this is weird.
That's crazy.
Yeah. He's like, yeah, I'm 6'1". I love
Dude,
it.
that's crazy. I never even considered that.
I didn't either.
I mean,
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to go through what he had to do it, but at the same time, it's wild being a taller guy and not even considering your height being something though. Like I don't ever think about it. I've just been this my whole life. You know what I mean? It feels like it, but I can't imagine being 5'8" or something and then being like, oh, nice, I'm 6'1".
Yeah, I'd like to be.
Yeah, that's killer. But at least he took advantage of the opportunity.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
shout out to Chris. Dude.
Yeah. He's hilarious.
Yeah, well, I'm super thankful for you guys' service, dude. It means a lot. I mean, each time I have somebody in here that's been, active or something, I'm like, man, I can't imagine what you guys have been through.
Yeah.
And I'm just so thankful there's freaking people out there that do that type of thing.
And the main thing is like any vets, talk about your story. Talk, if you're, whatever you're going through, talk to someone.
Yeah.
Because there's too many guys getting lost at home because of memories that they just can't get rid of. And it's like, you've got to talk to people.
Yeah.
Talk to a buddy. Call me, like email me if you want. If I don't even know you, if you want to get something off your chest, tell me. Like you've got to talk to people.
100%.
Just too many guys. Yeah.
Dude, you hear about it all the time. All the time, daily. There's a statistic. I don't know what it is.
It's like 22 a day.
Yeah, it's insane, man.
Nuts.
Yeah, I've also heard that psychedelics are starting to make
I heard that too. Yeah.
their way around, and they're trying to navigate certain things to make that possible. I don't know much about it, but I really hope that there's some groundbreaking things that can help in this department.
Oh, I do. So I do have one thing. So speaking of psychedelics, there's a few well-known special forces guys that have been caught embellishing their service record.
Oh my.
Yeah, and making up stories and stuff like that. I don't know if you've heard it.
I've heard of one in particular.
Yeah.
And
So-
I'm like, that's kind of crazy because they already live these ridiculous lives.
It's insane. And then you just got to make it even like worse. So I got this. This is my my DD-214, my discharge papers. So everything that I said goes through all of it of where I went and all the medals I got. It even has like Purple Heart on the back. Like you can verify it if you want to.
Do that, dude. I believe you.
I was
that's
like,
good
I'm
enough.
gonna,
They
I'm
don't
gonna
like
show
it.
you.
They
Like,
don't
I'll
like
prove
it
it to you.
I don't need proof, dude.
But it was like you hear these stories and it's like you guys have been through enough. What are you doing?
Yeah, or
Stop.
you've done so many things, and you've done a lot. Like you don't. It's kind of crazy, and it just kills the credibility to me. You know what I mean? It's like I looked up to that person, the one you're talking about, I think, and I'm like, man, I liked you a lot. And now
Yeah.
anything you say from here on out, I'm just going to take it. And
And
just
then the credibility of the podcast that he was on. And it's like,
it's kind of crazy,
what
man.
are you doing, man?
Yeah. I don't know, dude. But hey, I do want to say real quick, you gave me this freaking rat hat.
Yeah.
You said this is actually your hat.
Yeah, that was one of the ones that I wore,
So,
while I was in. Yep.
Yeah, that's badass. I'm going to hang it on the wall with some of the other stuff I've gotten.
So we got all the Marine Corps stuff out of the way. Like I told you, that was always going to be the longest because it's like there's so much that happened.
Oh, man.
But it was, but I mean, after, let's see, after I got back, I went home for a little bit and it just wasn't working out. And I was just like, I needed time to like relax. I think like my parents had like a different take of it, of like, they were pretty much like, you got to keep them busy so that like all this stuff going on and all that. And I was like, I can't take it. So I tried to break up with Ashley and I was like, I'll just handle this on my own. And she was like, no, you're not. And she was like, I'm flying up there to come get you and you're coming to Maryland. I was like, I've never been to Maryland. Okay, sure.
Thank God for Ashley.
Yeah. So she flew up to Logan. I went and picked her up at the airport. And so we drove, packed up my stuff. I drove down to Maryland. We lived at her parents' house for a little bit. And then we got an apartment in College Park. And then after that, bought a house. I think it was like 24 when I bought my house. Yeah. Which was weird because it's like, you're so like, looking back, like you're so young, but it's like all the experiences that you've been through, it's like you're not. Like you've gone through all this stuff.
Right.
So after that, I started, I worked for her dad for a little bit. And then I was at a Redskins game and the guy behind me was like, hey, I see your tattoo on your arm. Are you a Marine? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, what'd you do? And I told him like 0311. He's like, dude, I was in 0342. I was like, what? So he was like, I got out like before the wars, but he was like, what are you doing for work? And I was like, I work for my father-in-law. And he's like, if he lets you leave, I have a job opportunity for you. And I was like, really? And he was like, yeah. He's like, my neighbor is like a headhunter, like recruiter. And I was like, oh. So I talked to my father-in-law. He's like, go. Or, her dad, but now father-in-law. But he was like, just go.
Take the opportunity. So
I was like, okay. So I went and talked to them and they were, she was like, my husband works for this company that rents out like tablecloths and napkins and all this stuff to restaurants. And I was like, sure, I'll do it. And they were like, we're looking for a route supervisor. And I was like, yeah, I can do, I can supervise people. It's not hard. And so I got hired. I worked there, ended up moving up to a, area like manager, district manager is what they called it. And then after that they sold the company, so I left there. I went to Republic Services. I worked there for a little bit. I was an auditor on like trash routes and stuff. So I've always had like side gigs of like just stuff that like just to keep me like going. When I was at the linen company, I got into shipping tropical fish all over like the country.
No way.
Yeah. I had like, it was like crazy. Underground, like fish dealing. I had like a piranha dealer from Michigan. I had, it was all freshwater, no saltwater. And, I had a guy in California that would ship stuff to me. That stuff came from like Hong Kong, Singapore, all that. And then there was a guy in Florida that went around to like the local farms and would like get deals and stuff for me. And like, oh, it was nuts. I had like 50 fish tanks in my garage. Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah. So I did that for a while. And then the final straw with that was, it was when PayPal was very very for the customer. And I shipped out like a $500 or $600 order to like around Indianapolis somewhere. And the guy fought the charges and said that I scammed him and he got all his money back. And I was like, I'm out. I can't do it.
That's a bummer.
Yeah.
Fuck that guy.
Yeah.
I hope he's listening to this.
What's crazy though is I called the dude in Florida and I was like, I just got ripped off. He gave me the guy's name and I was like, are you serious? He's like, he's been doing it to everybody.
No shit.
He opened up, I guess, a pet store and didn't want to pay for anything. And that's how he was doing it. I was like, what a scumbag.
Yeah.
Like so I sold everything and that was it. Got out of that. Yep. And then when I went to Republic, that's when I started mowing lawns on the side. And then I was like, this isn't too bad. And
were you still in College Park?
Yeah. No, we were in Bowie.
Oh.
We lived in Bowie.
Okay.
Yeah, we bought the house, then I did the fish tanks and all that, and then went to Republic, and then started mowing on the side. Republic was like, it's long hours, but it was worth it because it was like I'd have to be at work at like 3 a.m. and then I'd probably get off around 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, go bust out a couple lawns, and then go pick the kids up from daycare.
Hell yeah.
And I was like, and then it got to a point where I had grown it and I had employees. So I'm on the trash truck. They're doing their thing, mowing lawns for me. And it just happened to work out. And then there was a day I just couldn't stand the manager that I worked for. I went home, told Ashley, she's like, do you have enough for landscaping? I'm like, yeah. She's like, quit tomorrow. I'm like, all right. Went in, gave my notice, and see ya.
Hell yeah.
Yep, left.
That's killer, man.
It was awesome because she was like, you were never going to work for someone again. And I was like, never looked at it that way. Kind of scary because it's like, even like leaving the Marines, it's like you're leaving a job and it's like, what do you do?
I've talked about it on here or whatever, but you identify too. You know, like it's like, I guess it takes a while to acclimate maybe. Cause I've been through it too. And it's like, you get so caught up into that. And sometimes that's all people think about is what they do for work, or like a conversation is like, hey, what do you do for work? It's like, damn. Like, I know that that's like our most common ground thing, but it's like when you identify it and that's all you have, it's like you're forgetting to live.
Yeah.
I think, you know what I mean? So it's like,
but even for you, like when is that point where you're like, I'm ready to work for myself?
I was scared. I mean, there's never a
point
point though.
Right.
There was never a point though, but it's just like, I was talking about where the podcast, like, am I the guy for this one? I don't know. But, but was I willing to take the risk and do it and put myself out there? Yeah. So it's like, it's kind of the same thing with the business. It's like, yeah, there's other people out there that could run the business better than me, probably, but they weren't willing to take the risk. Right. So here you get this. You know what I mean? Sorry, but not sorry.
I mean,
here it is. So, but yeah, I think it's badass, dude.
Yeah.
So you've been on your own kicking ass.
Yeah, last like I would say almost like a little over 15 years. Damn, yeah, and then when we moved here was when we moved here 10 years ago, and that's like a couple years, I think it was around like 2019, I made like 1 or 2 videos. Like one of them, like I was telling you, was like the original like GoPro was like horrible. It's like paddled out to like the 90 bridge. I caught a couple croaker, and then I like put a video out, and it got like 100 views, and I was like, this is insane. Like 100 people actually watched that. That video was trash. Like it was awful. And then after that, I was like, Ashley was like, you should start a YouTube channel. And I was like, no, like that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And she was like, you should do it. And I was like, I don't know, maybe. One day I went out on my kayak. I left at Isle of Wight, went to the 90 bridge by Ocean Pines, and like 2 casts in, I caught like a 17-inch flounder. And I was like, yes. Threw it in the cooler, and I was like, I'm going back home. I made it back less than an hour, and I have this flounder. And Ashley's like, where'd you get that? I was like, I just caught it. She's like, no, you didn't. I was like, yes, I did. She's like, you bought it. I was like, I didn't buy it. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to start a YouTube channel, and I'm going to film everything to prove to you that I'm catching all this stuff.
That's cool, man.
So that's how it kind of took off. And then we did, originally it was just me, and I was like, I don't know if I want to put the kids in there or what. And then eventually I was like, you know what? I think we should. Like, it's family videos of what we would normally do.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing different.
Yeah, I think it's cool. I watched one of you guys, I don't know if you were clamming or you had the clamming rakes. It was clamming, but you were out by Aztec, and I was like, it's freaking badass, dude. Yeah. And it's kind of cool because, you know, you're out there doing it, showing how to do it, and it's the area supports it. It's cool.
Even like the Aztec videos of the lodges that are out there, and it's like being in contact with one of the original lodge owner's sons, and it's like his stories. It's like, if it wasn't for YouTube, I never would have known any of this stuff. It's crazy.
Yeah, we've actually went and sat down. They'll do every now and then. They'll do like the original, like that are still living. They'll do like at the library and they'll talk about it. And I'm like, man, that's so important to keep that stuff alive.
Insane, yeah.
I wish that there was some way that they could preserve it.
I do too. I went to the
so
Ranger service one time, and I was like asking questions about, it was a specific spot in a road that I was looking for, and they were like, yeah, we have no idea what you're talking about. And I was like, the lodges? They're like, no.
You guys found it though.
Yeah.
That's badass.
Yeah.
And it's on your YouTube channel.
Yep.
So if you want to find out, go look at his YouTube channel.
Go watch.
No, it's cool, man. You guys shed light on local things, and I think that's cool. And,
It's been fun. It's been a lot of fun.
Brings exposure to the area.
Especially like seeing the kids like when they were younger till now. Like I was telling you, like all my phones, like you take pictures of your kids, whatever, like I do. And then when I get a new phone, I just heave it right into the drawer and that's the end of it. And it's like now it's like I have everything on video. Like we can go back and watch everything.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
But
it's badass.
Yeah, it's been fun.
Yeah, that's a wild ride. I watched a couple of them so far. But yeah, I got the one you were underneath one of the bridges with your boat.
Yeah.
Fishing. So
Before it broke down.
yeah, it was probably a while ago. I think I started pretty far back, but
It's been, but it's cool. Wild because it's like you never thought it would get to where it's at. And to me, I think I'm at like 8,500 subscribers. Like to me, that's a ton.
Dude, it takes
and
forever.
But then there's somewhere it's like YouTube considers it like a really small channel, but it's like when I hit 1,000, I was like, holy crap, this is nuts. And then just like people saying hi to you and stuff. And it's like, it's unreal. It's unreal.
Yeah.
You never thought it would like get to that.
Yeah. It's just kind of cool because you're doing it anyhow. So it's like, what harm is it causing, you know?
And my thing was like, when I started to like get the family involved, I was telling Ashley, because she was like, what do you want to do with it? And I was like, I want to make it so that there's people in life going through anything, whatever it is, good, bad, whatever. I want them to put it on and just watch it and kind of take them out of where they're at in their life where they can enjoy it. It's not political. It's not negative. It's always just a way to just enjoy it and watch some or learn about the area or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's,
I think it's badass, dude.
Yeah. Thank you.
I've thought about it many times, and I'm like, well, I'm just gonna stick it to my lane, what I know. But I think it's killer, and I think that when you see the people that actually subscribe and take the time out of their day to do it, it means so much.
Yeah.
Because you're like, dang, they're actually interested in something I'm doing.
Or even comments, like the comments. It's like, I like even from like the early days of YouTube where it was like, it would be like 2 or 3 weeks before I got a comment. And it was like, you always want to write back because it's like they took the time out of their day to watch your video or listen to your podcast or make a comment on something. And it's like, you should always like try to comment back. And it's like, there's some days where it's like, I get flooded so fast. It takes a little bit, but I always try to, because it's like, it's very nice of them.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have to get on there and go back through the library and check them out. But yeah, dude, I'm so pumped you were able to take the time out.
Yeah.
I had a ton of fun, dude.
Me too.
The day has probably blown by, but I just enjoyed the heck out of it.
Even the range was fun.
Man, that was
a
so
lot
much
of fun.
fun.
Yeah, we got to get out there and do it more.
Yeah, next time we'll bring the kids.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, that'd be killer, dude.
Yeah.
But, dude, I'm super thankful for the opportunity to hang out with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you want to plug your social media or anything, or your YouTube
Real
channel?
JB. You can find me Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and then of course YouTube. Yeah, ReelJayb.
Hell yeah. Well, dude, I'm super thankful to have you on, dude.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right. Well,
Yeah, I know it was a long one, but
hey, man, I hope people hear it, and I hope they
Yes.
enjoy it.
Yeah.
And I really hope that they actually take your advice. So if anybody wants to reach out and
absolutely
need a little, pep up talk, dude,
Yeah.
I'm here too. I don't mind.
And like I told you before we did this, I had brought up and I said I'm going to bring up the names of the guys that passed away because it's to honor them, and so that everybody understands and learns their story and what they did. And that was the thing. It's not to tell these super cool war stories. It's not about that at all. It's just to get their names out there because those are some bad dudes.
Yeah.
They were awesome.
Oh, wish I would have got the chance to meet them, but
Yeah.
you know what? We'll just
I don't know.
go on in their memory, dude.
Yep.
So, all right.
So thanks for having me.
Yeah, man, we're checking out.
Yep. See ya.
All right, brother. Thanks, man.